Madam Speaker, on the eve of the 2024 general elections, and that the then chairperson is under investigation for possible wrongdoing. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition would be well advised to get information on the modus operandi of the former chairperson of the LGSC, Mr. Banudit Bihari, who transformed the LGSC into a one-man commission. Madam Speaker, it would be apposite at this stage to quote part of the judgment of the Supreme Court on the 23rd of January 2026 in the case lodged against the Local Government Service Commission and the Municipal Town Council of Vakwa, Phoenix. And I quote, we have found, and I quote from the judgment of the Supreme Court, we have found that the applicant's appointment was legally invalid. The Commission was entitled to terminate their employment in the exercise of its statutory powers. Neither this court nor the Commission should be seen as condoning an unlawful appointment, unquote. I'm informed that following the judgment of the Supreme Court on the 23rd of January 2026, the termination process was implemented on the 29th of January of the same year in accordance with the decision of the court. Madam Speaker, I'm also informed that thereafter, fresh recruitment exercises were carried out by the reconstituted board of the LGSC. I'm informed that these new recruitment exercises were conducted in accordance with the LGSC Act, the relevant schemes of service, and the established procedures. Madam Speaker, with regard to the number of employees recruited as refuse collector and general worker in each local authority in 2026, the recruitment exercise and information requested by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition at Part A and B of the PNQ, I am tabling the relevant information. If somebody can take it. With regard to Part B2, I'm informed by the LGSC that the appointment to the relevant grades is made on the condition that a clear character certificate be produced within a period of 2 months. So far, this information is being awaited from the local authorities, and once the deadline of 2 months lapses, the Commission will then be in a position to know the exact number of appointed employees who have police cases, if any. Madam Speaker, I need to add that a previous conviction per se should not be a bar to an appointment. Since 2012, the Equal Opportunities Act was amended to prevent discrimination in appointment or promotion where a previous conviction is unrelated to the ability of the person to perform his duties. We also recently voted a new certificate of character bill aimed at preventing certain types of previous convictions from appearing on a person's certificate of character in order to help in the rehabilitation of such persons. In regards to Part C of the question, Madam Speaker, let me state that there has been no accusation of discrimination against the former chairperson. The LGSC is an independent statutory body operating under the LGSC Act, and no one intervenes in its internal administrative matters or its decision-making processes.
Yes, Leader of the Opposition. Your first supplementary question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honourable Prime Minister inform the House whether he is aware of a press article dated the 22nd of April in L'Express, where the former chairperson of the LGSC, Dr. SM, who is resigned, accused the Honourable Prime Minister of lying and misleading the House?
Lying and misleading the House in what context, Madam Speaker?
We'll get to the context. Again, Madam Speaker, with regard to the recruitment exercise, the Honourable Minister for Local Government last week stated the following, and I quote, this is in Hansard. As the Honourable Prime Minister stated in this House a few weeks ago, the matter was looked into at the level of the Commission, and the new chairperson subsequently tendered his resignation. However, I am informed that as matters presently stand, no inquiry has been initiated at the level of the LGSC in relation to these requirement exercises. Subsequently, there is no inquiry report. And the Honourable Prime Minister, while replying to a PQ, stated that the chairperson resigned following an inquiry. Can the Honorable Prime Minister confirm which statement is correct? Because there is total contradiction in those two replies.
Really, Madam Speaker, I was given to understand that there was the likelihood of an inquiry being done. This wasn't done.
That's not in the answer. No, Madam Speaker.
Question, no statements. Please, no
He
statements.
stated in his reply
Yeah, you've already said.
that
Now,
there is an inquiry. Now, if it is confirmed that there was no inquiry, can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House why the chairperson submitted his resignation then?
Well, he submitted his resignation. In his letter, he said for personal reasons.
For personal reasons.
this was,
Why did he say that you lied? Can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House whether he has been apprised of the discrepancies raised by my neighbor, Honorable Sababaji, concerning this recruitment exercise?
your neighbor, yes.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. Discrepancies in what?
The recruitment process.
Yeah, there were allegations at the time. We all know there were
don't
allegations,
verify
but
whether
none has been found.
these
And there was no complaint.
Don't
There was
speak
no
at the
inquiry.
same time.
And I can tell the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, any public officer has a duty to report any interference or any suspected act of corruption. He hasn't done so, so there was none.
Don't comment while he's replying, please.
Can the Honorable Prime Minister confirm, I stated again by my neighbor, Honorable Sababaji, whether there has been discrimination on ethnic grounds in the recruitment process against one specific community? And if she would wish to come forward with a question, I'll give her way.
Wow, okay, yes.
As I explained, Madam
Very,
Speaker,
please let the Prime Minister reply. Ethnic reasons. Discrimination based on ethnic reasons.
I'm not aware of that, Madam Speaker. There were lots of allegations in the public. I think he quoted an article from the Express, but there was no inquiry. There was no discrimination found. Because there was no inquiry, there was no complaint by the person himself.
Can the Honorable Prime Minister, for example, confirm whether at the municipality of Port Louis, in two cases, the first one where 3 members of the same family, a mother and 2 sons, and the second case where again, members of the same family were recruited. Is this the type of recruitment which is in line with meritocracy, Honorable Prime Minister?
That is precisely where there were these allegations. That is precisely.
Sorry?
That is precisely, some people made allegations. That's what I said.
This is true. This is on the list and I'll table the list. Can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House whether for the municipality of Port Louis, 50% of the 123 recruits are from one constituency only? That is constituency number 2. Somebody must have had the lion's share, Madam Speaker.
Can you confirm that, Prime
I
Minister?
cannot confirm that because I don't interfere in what the LGC does and doesn't do.
I'm tabling that list, Madam Speaker.
I'm sorry, you're tabling which list?
The list,
List of those people
who've
who had been recruited
by the municipality of Port
of
Louis.
one constituency, right? Constituency number 2, that's what you said?
Of the 4 constituencies.
Stand up for speaking.
Madam Speaker, of the 4
So
constituencies
you have the
falling
whole list.
under the municipality of Port Louis.
Okay, okay. You finished?
Can't table. I can table. I can table. Can the Honorable Prime Minister confirm whether he has received representations from elected members, including from his own party, alleging that the recruitment process was unduly influenced by political interference? And if this is the case, what remedial action has been taken, Madam Speaker?
Again, Madam
I
Speaker,
can't hear the Prime Minister.
again, innuendos, and I don't know where he's getting all this information from. I was surprised that he said he has a list. I don't have a list.
May I
I
have
don't
a
know
look?
how you have a list.
May I have one moment, Prime Minister? I want to have a look at the list to see what kind of list it is. This, I'm sorry, can you help me, please? This is a list from the Post, Mauritius Post. Where'd you get that list? Please stand up. Tell me which list it is. I'm not rejecting the list.
I'm saying this is the list of recruits at the level of the municipality of Port-Louis, Madam Speaker.
We have to know, where did you get it? It comes, may I do my job? May I be allowed to do my job, please? I want to know, where did you get the list? This is the rule. You know
I'm
that.
not supposed to tell you where you got the list, Madam Speaker.
You're not supposed to tell me. I will keep this. Okay. No, it's all right. You don't absolutely have to disclose your source. Okay. I will let him lay it on the table of the Assembly for what it's worth. We cannot force him to give his source. Okay, you can take it. All right, next question. Yes.
Madam Speaker, that list contains, I presume, real names, unless it's been invented, unless it's fake. But if ever they contain real names of real citizens and addresses, would this not be a breach of the data protection law?
That's it. Okay. Shut up, all of you, please. Members, donnez-moi le temps de dire, because it's a very sensitive issue, I'm going to keep my ruling and take time to consider. So for the moment it's here. I have not rejected it. Let it be here. Give me time, Leader of the Opposition. We will see. Because you don't have to disclose your source, but there is, of course, that question of names and details of other people. So give me time to give a ruling, okay? Carry on with your other questions.
Let me come back to the certificate of character. Can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House whether among the newly recruited workers, some who have committed offences are still working?
As I said, Madam Speaker, if the Honourable Leader of the Opposition had listened carefully, there were amendments made to the law in 2012, that, let me record it. The Equal Opportunities Act was amended in 2012 to prevent discrimination in appointment or promotion where a previous conviction is unrelated to the ability of the person to perform his duties. Now, as far as I remember, 2012, it was the MSM who was in government, not us. You amended the law. Huh? Oh, sorry, it was us. But furthermore, a new certificate of character bill aimed at preventing certain types of previous convictions from appearing on a person's certificate of character in order to help the rehabilitation of such person. It goes, therefore, with the amendment of 2012, and then so that it doesn't stay as a Damocles on the head of the person. That was the reason.
Your next question.
Yeah, Madame la Présidente, si le gouvernement veut être transparent et
Non,
de
il y a
montrer
pas
que
de
la
question.
méritocratie a primé. Well, Will the Honorable Prime Minister undertake to table the list of persons recruited in each local authority, including their addresses, qualifications, selection scores, and the composition of the panel that appointed them?
1 moment. He said selection scores. Is that what you said as well? Names, addresses, and selection. Yes, Prime Minister. Yes, Prime Minister. Can you give that kind of list?
I'm not sure I can, Madam Speaker, but I will seek advice whether I can or not. But the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, again, I remind him, he should look what happened when he was in government. The MSM, the modus operandi of the then chairperson of Mr. Bihar, the chairperson of the LJC. He turned it into a one-man commission. All this happened in their regime.
Yes, all right. Next question. Bear in mind that anybody who's unhappy can always go to the PBAT and to the court.
Yeah.
And I think we heard that there were cases in court.
Yeah,
Bear
that I know,
in
but my
mind.
duty is to put questions
Of
in
course,
this House,
of
Madam
course.
Speaker.
And I appreciate
Now-
that you're doing so.
Madam Speaker, concerning the board of the LGST, can the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House when a chairperson will be appointed?
Being done this week, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Is he aware that certain recruitments and promotions in local authorities have been delayed now for almost a year?
That is absolutely not true. You just gave a list of persons who were recruited. Now, how can you say it was one day?
Okay. Honorable Duval.
May I ask the Prime Minister, in fact, I'm reiterating from my last PQ, there were 1,463 workers who had been terminated after working 16 months, and that contributed to their pension fund, an amount of 1,084 rupees monthly, total of 17,000 rupees. Can the Prime Minister, the Minister of to whom the subject was addressed, did not answer. Now that you are Minister of Finance, can I ask the Prime Minister whether he will see to it that these sums are reimbursed to those persons who has contributed in vain 17,000 rupees?
Prime
And
Minister,
look into this, but again,
can you consider?
I can consider, but I will have to look into it carefully because the court said that we were right, that it was right to terminate their appointments because it was unlawful.
Yeah. Question is, don't talk, Mr. Duval. I like it when you stand up. Please do that. And, yeah, of course.
Well, Madam Speaker, it follows that if it was unlawful, then no contribution ought to have been taken, therefore be reimbursed.
Prime Minister said he would look into it and consider.
Well, if we follow that logic, then they will have to refund whatever they were paid. You want us to refund whatever they were paid as well?
Well, anyway, no comments. Anybody? Okay, so we finished with. Yes. Oh, okay.
Now, if the former chairperson was not the subject of any formal finding of wrongdoing, will the Honorable Prime Minister reconsider the circumstances of his resignation and reinstate that gentleman?
I said,
Prime
Madam
Minister.
Speaker, I think on the 20th of April, he submitted his letter of resignation, and he said it was for personal reasons. I take it, but I could be wrong. I take it when the former leader of the MMM resigned, a lot of people resigned. Maybe that's what the reason he resigned.
We don't know. He resigned. That is what we have. Factually, I mean. That's what we have. Okay. Honorable Leader of the Opposition, thank you. Okay, time up. So now we go to questions. PMQT. Yes, Mr. Duval?
Yes, B709.
I thank the honourable member for raising this important matter. At the very outset, let me remind the House that the protection of freedom of expression and the right to privacy are enshrined in our Constitution. Any form of unlawful interception or tapping is a direct violation of the Constitution and of the fundamental rights and liberties enshrined in our Constitution. As I've reported to the House in my earlier statements on this subject, the previous government had installed at enormous cost to the public, enormous cost, a very sophisticated electronic mass surveillance system to spy on every Mauritian indiscriminately. They were spying on everyone, Madam Speaker. On you, Madam Speaker, on me, on the leader of the opposition, on the former Prime Minister, on every member of this House, including ministers of the government. The Honorable Member himself was spied upon. His father, who was a minister at the time, was also spied upon, on his family. Not only that, Madam Speaker, on the judiciary, on the civil society, on diplomatic missions, on every family in their home, and intercepting the private data. The system was intercepting in real time every digital communication, every one of them, every telephone call, every email, text, messages, social media communication of every man and woman and young person who happened to have a mobile phone or an email. And they were storing it in a secret data center for examination by their own chosen agents, handpicked, and for the purposes that had nothing to do with national security or the investigation of any crime. If you even clicked to like a social media post, like many people do, on YouTube or Facebook or TikTok, the system would secretly harvest your action and store it for their use. Madam Speaker, as I reported to the House last year, on my orders, that system was dismantled, shut down, and rendered inoperable. It was a grotesque abuse by a sinister regime intent on perpetuating their power. It was also illegal and a serious criminal offense, and I can inform the House that a criminal investigation is underway. I'm informed that arrests have been made and more will follow. I am necessarily, Madam Speaker, constrained because there's the amount that I can say concerning this serious, extremely serious matter. But those grave and illegal abuses of the private lives of every citizen in this country should not blind us to the need for Mauritius in a turbulent and increasingly perilous world to ensure its freedom and security are not threatened by those within or without, and we want to put an end to that. The properly authorized and legitimate use of covert surveillance methods is a time-honored and necessary means of protecting the public. There already, Madam Speaker, exist provisions in our legislation under several enactments for such lawful interception. For instance, Section 56 of the Dangerous Drugs Act, Sections 29 and 30 of the Cybercrime and Cybersecurity Act, Section 32 of the Information and Communication Technologies Act, Section 25A of the Prevention of Terrorism Act, and Section 10B of the Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act. All these laws, Madam Speaker, contain a fundamental safeguard. Any telecommunication interception may only be carried out upon the application to and authorization by a judge in chambers on the basis of reasonable grounds. You must get a warrant for that. This judicial control constitutes a critical protection against any misuse, abuse, or unlawful interception. This government will act within the law, Madam Speaker. However, the House will shortly have the chance to scrutinize and debate the National Crime Agency Bill and its accompanying legislation, which together will introduce the most profound and far-reaching changes in law enforcement that our country has seen since the colonial days, even before independence. That legislation will not address the question of surveillance other than in the investigation of crime, and that only. But with the changing threats and the new law enforcement architecture to which this government is committed, and as part of the government's radical program of reform and strengthening of the institutions of our country, it will be necessary in the near future to consider new legislation. That legislation will place the use of such means in the true and legitimate interests of national security, not the personal and political interests of a particular regime on a sound constitutional and legal footing. Careful thought is being given to the essential independent structures necessary to guarantee the proper and proportionate use of such tools to be included in the new National Security Act. Madam Speaker, let me remind the House that this government will not allow this country to drift back into an intrusive system where surreptitious eavesdropping was the order of the day instead of protecting the citizen, and where abuse of power was exercised without any restraint at all. We were elected to restore what had been compromised, that is trust, accountability, freedom and liberty, freedom of expression and respect for the rule of law. We must never again return to the criminal abuses of the previous regime, which attracted such powerful and righteous indignation throughout the country.
Thank you.
Yes.
Madam Speaker, in reply to my question last year, February, Prime Minister gave a guarantee that all equipment had been shut down. Now the Prime Minister says that for judicial purposes, subject to judge's order, there is interception and monitoring. My question is to the Honourable Prime Minister, given that the states still have the capacity to intercept, it is still within the state apparatus, with all the risk of political abuse and misuse, why does he not consider it urgent and necessary to come with an oversight and accountable mechanism like is being done overseas in Commonwealth countries?
I did say, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member is wrong. There is no system at the moment. There is none. I explained, just said that the system was dismantled, shut down, and rendered inoperable. So there is none at the moment. But what I said in my answer, that we will have to come with new legislation for the purpose of the matter that I mentioned, like terrorism, drugs, and all those things, criminal offenses.
Are we to believe that judges' orders are not being complied with by the state?
There is no mechanism to listen to anyone. That is the problem. We are trying to get the people who are at great cost, millions of dollars we're talking about, to relook to, let us see what was in that thing. They are refusing for the moment. Persol is the company concerned. They haven't actually done so. I've requested that we have, instead of going to buy new equipments, we'll have to, but again, under very strict control by the judiciary.
My last question.
Yes.
There is no trust on the guarantees that have been given that the system is not being used. I will ask the Prime Minister to consider urgently, as is being done in the UK with the setting up of the Intelligence and Security Committee of Parliament, to review, which is being, it is reported to a select committee of Parliament on all phone tapping and interference and monitoring activities, as well as a legislative framework, a standalone legislation. It is done there under the Investigatory Powers Act, with a commissioner being appointed, a former judge who is appointed to ensure that there is oversight and accountability. It is ample time, does he not agree, that this be done now in the wake of the Moustache League? And I will end by this. If the former Prime Minister had no idea he was being recorded, how can this one be so sure?
Okay, Prime Minister,
I
that
didn't
is-
catch the last bit of his
Yes, it's so long.
question.
yes.
With the former Prime Minister, I didn't hear.
No,
In view of the opacity, the former Prime Minister himself did not know he was being on tape. How can the Prime Minister know? Because there is complete opacity. The question is, please consider what I'm telling you.
Madam Speaker, it is ridiculous what the honourable members just said. It is the former Prime Minister who got this machine to be installed. And now you're saying he didn't know? You're trying to defend the undefendable. Undefendable. They spied on everyone, including himself, his father who was a minister, his family. Now you're asking for open house. Security matters has to be security matters. We did say that we bring in new legislation. There is no system. You mightn't believe or you might believe. There is no system to intercept anything at the moment. It's dismantled. But we will come with new legislation.
No.
First, I'll invite the Prime Minister to consider what
No, you have to
Australia,
ask a question.
the UK and South Africa has done. Second, I haven't provided an excuse for anyone. What I am saying is, how can the Prime Minister, that is not what I said. What I said is, how can the Prime Minister guarantee, if we have had former Prime Ministers on tape in office,
You've
that it is
already
not happening
said-
to him, given the opacity? That is the question. Do not turn my words. This is not what I said.
I'm not sure what he's saying. He's saying that I'm spying on myself? I know.
Okay, next question, Mr. Apollon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B710.
Madam Speaker, the present passenger terminal at Sir Siv Sagaram Ghulam International Airport was commissioned in 2013. Thereafter, most passenger operations were transferred from the old terminal to a three-story facility adjacent to the present one. Part of the old terminal continued to be utilized for mixed aviation operational, administrative, and commercial purposes, while significant areas remain under scrutinized. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Airports of Mauritius Company Limited that the ground floor of former passenger terminal is leased to airport stakeholders, including Air Mauritius Limited, Mauritius Duty Free Paradise, the National Land Transport Authority for office administration and commercial purposes. As regards to the first floor, it houses the Airports of Mauritius Company Limited, Aviation Training Center, the Emergency Operations Center, the Departure Boarding Lounge, serving for 4 boarding gates and State Lounge, together with associated operational and service facilities. The second floor is currently leased to Air Mauritius Limited and utilized as office space. Madam Speaker, concerning Part B of the question, I'm further informed by the Airports of Mauritius Company Limited that given the strategic location of the old passenger terminal within the airport compound, airport stakeholders have expressed interest for the lease thereof for office and commercial operations. In this context, the Airports of Mauritius Company Limited has established an internal committee to examine options to enhance the utilization of the available space.
Yes. Are you okay? Yeah, okay. Next question, third member for Rivière des Anguilles.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B711.
Madam Speaker, by virtue of Section 8(1) of the Private Security Service Act of 2004, a license or certificate granted under this Act shall, subject to subsection 2, be valid for a period of 1 year. Subsection 2 provides that where a licensee or the holder of a certificate wishes to renew the license or certificate, he shall apply to the Commissioner of Police for renewal in such form as may be approved by the latter, not later than 21 days before the expiry of the license or the expiry of the certificate. Madam Speaker, as regards Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that as at 14th of May 2026, there were 46 registered holders of private security service provider license, out of which 31 were renewed licenses and 15 were new licenses. Over the past 5 years, that is from January 2020 to 14th of May 2026, there were in all 28 applications submitted before November 2024, which were kept in abeyance by the former Commissioner of Police. According to the present Commissioner of Police, these pending applications cannot be considered due to the long lapse of time. That is from the dates of the application. The concerned applicants have been informed that they have to submit fresh applications. Since November 2024 to 14th of May 2026, 11 applications were submitted, out of which 3 have been approved and licenses have been issued, and the remaining 8 are under process. Madam Speaker, police has to ascertain that private security service provider license is issued to the right person who is expected to ensure the safety and security of people and property. Therefore, the determination of applications for private security service provider license warrants rigorous and strict compliance with the criteria set out under Section 4 of the Act, which includes inter alia that the applicant for a private security service provider license is required to publish a notice in the Gazette for 3 consecutive days. Members of the public then have 21 days to lodge any objection thereto. 2, the Commissioner of Police has to carry out an investigation with regard to the application as well as to ascertain that the applicant is a fit and proper person. 3, the applicant has to be trained in a recognized training institution with respect to security services. 4, the Commissioner of Police has to ensure that the applicant has adequate facilities to operate the private security service. And 5, upon approval, the applicant is required to furnish to the Accountant General a bank guarantee of 3 million rupees. Though these procedures are lengthy, and I agree they're lengthy, applications for licenses have to be determined within a reasonable time frame.
Yes, are you all right? Yes, Honorable Second Member for Flac Monaco. He's not here. Yeah, he's not in Mauritius. Okay. Dr. Omir, Third Member for Port South.
B713, please.
Madam Speaker, first of all, let me clarify that official foreign direct investment statistics are compiled and published by the Bank of Mauritius. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm tabling data on gross foreign direct investment flows in Mauritius from 2023 to 2025 by sector and by country of origin. Madam Speaker, the FDI flows fell from 37 billion rupees in 2023 to 33 billion rupees in 2024, before rebounding to a record high of 48 billion rupees in 2025. While the real estate sector remained the primary recipient of FDI inflows, foreign investment in the financial services sector rose markedly from 974 million in 2024 to 18.7 billion in 2025. That is the financial services sector. This was due to a significant investment in Afrasia Bank and by Access Bank UK. Notwithstanding this increase, higher FDI flows were also recorded in the following sectors. 1, information and communication sector from 192 million in 2024 to 985 million in 2025. The energy sector from 352 million to 1 billion rupees this year in 2025. The agriculture sector from 507 million to 807 million. Clearly, FDI flows are increasing. With regard to the country of origin of the FDI inflows, France and South Africa have consistently been the main source countries, amounting on an average to 22% and 10% of the total inflows, respectively, for the last 3 years. Other major source countries were the United States, the United Kingdom, and the United Arab Emirates in 2023. Switzerland and the United Kingdom and Germany in 2024, and Germany and the United States in 2025. It is worth noting, Madam Speaker, that there was a significant increase in investment from the United Kingdom in 2025, largely driven by the investment in the local banking sector. Madam Speaker, while encouraging growth has been recorded in investment flows to certain productive sectors in 2025, there is still need to further scale up such investments with a stronger focus on delivering capital towards productive and high value added activities. As announced in the 2025-2026 budget speech, our new economic model will be investment-led, productivity-based, and export-driven. Our investment strategy and policy measures are therefore geared towards attracting more FDI inflows into productive and emerging sectors. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Economic Development Board that several measures have been implemented to attract greater FDI flows into existing as well as emerging sectors. These include A, strengthening the Mauritius brand through more targeted, data-driven international marketing and investor outreach, aim at enhancing the country's visibility, improving investor confidence, and attracting higher quality and diversified FDI. B, enhancing the ease of doing business by addressing the weaknesses identified in the World Bank Be Ready report, with a view to improving the overall investment climate and regulatory efficiency. C, widening and deepening market access by leveraging economic and trade cooperation agreements. And D, revamping the rules-based work permit system to facilitate the recruitment of foreign workers and skilled professionals. Madam Speaker, with a view to mitigating the negative impact of the ongoing conflict in the Middle East on our economy, we are also implementing a number of measures to boost such investments, such as, I mentioned it before, the introduction of a golden visa scheme to attract investors and high net individuals to immediately relocate to Mauritius. B, the establishment of a fast-track concierge service within the Economic Development Board to facilitate and accelerate the process for incoming high net worth individuals. And C, the acceleration of the relocation of service providers in the financial services sector through the fast-track licensing by the regulatory bodies in Mauritius with no compromise on due diligence. Madam Speaker, over and above these measures, we are taking new initiatives to further boost FDI inflows in the economy. We are developing a special economic zone at Côte d'Or to attract global technology firms to, amongst others, establish AI data and disaster recovery centers, thereby positioning Mauritius as an exporter of AI services. We will also further develop and modernize our port infrastructure through the setting up of an island container terminal to reposition Mauritius as the leading transshipment hub in the Indo-Ocean region. Government is firmly determined to attract greater foreign direct investment into productive and emerging sectors, as I just said, as the key driver of economic transformation. This commitment is focused on fostering diversification, enhancing value addition, and generating sustainable employment. Through continued reform and strategic investment promotion, our goal is to build a more resilient, inclusive, and forward-looking economy for the benefit of the whole country.
Thank you. Yes. I have been asked not to forget to let you know that PQB 748 and B778 will be replied by the Honorable Prime Minister, time permitting, which I very much doubt you will be able to do. So we carry on. Next question. Ms. Sababadi?
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable.
B714.
Honourable member.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that from November 2024 to 4th of May 2026, 2 persons died whilst in police custody and 35 deaths occurred in prisoners' custody. The 2 cases of death which occurred in August and December 2025 whilst in police custody are under investigation. In regard to the death occurring in prisoners' custody, police inquiries have been initiated in all 35 cases, out of which 7 deaths were caused by asphyxia following hanging, 24 deaths were certified as resulting from natural causes, and the remaining 4 cases are still under police investigation. Madam Speaker, with regards to part A and B of the question, I'm informed that foul play is suspected in 2 cases of death in police custody and 2 cases of death in prisoners' custody. The 2 persons who died whilst in police custody had been assaulted by members of the public prior to their arrest by the police in alleged cases of larceny. In this connection, 4 persons have been arrested and provisionally charged for wounds and blows causing death without intention to kill and manslaughter. All 4 accused are currently out on bail. In regards to the death occurring in prisons, no arrest has been effected as yet.
Yes.
I have 4 supplementaries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We will see.
Okay.
Start with the first one.
Okay. From the answer given by the Honorable Prime Minister, will the Honorable Prime Minister agree that to dispel doubt due to
Don't ask for his opinion. Remember, don't ask for his opinion. Rephrase your question.
Okay. Thank you. from the answer given, will the Honorable Prime Minister inform the House whether government will order an independent judicial and forensic inquiry so as to establish the exact cause, timing, and circumstances surrounding the death, especially in the recent cases of Mr. Jeff Alexandre Perrine and Dylan Somi? Thank you.
That was good. Yes.
In fact, Madam Speaker, pursuant to section 1110 and 1111 of the district and intermediate courts, whenever a person has died in prison or while in police custody, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions may direct a magistrate to hold an inquiry, that is a judicial inquiry, into the cause of death. Based on the outcome of such inquiry, the DPP will advise for further action or whether the case should be filed.
Right. Second.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I ask the Honorable Prime Minister to confirm whether photographs, forensic samples, and independent medical opinions have been secured and whether any prison officers, detainees, or personnel are being investigated for possible foul play, assault, negligence, or concealment of facts?
Thank you. Yes.
The inquiry is ongoing, Madam Speaker. I assume that they must have been done.
Yes.
Thank you, Madame. L'honorable Premier ministre sera-t-il d'accord que cette situation n'est pas saine? Est-ce que le gouvernement...
Encore une fois, vous ne lui demandez pas son opinion. Si
Très bien, je viens directement à ma question. Est-ce que le gouvernement peut prendre à sa charge, le coût des contre-autopsies que demandent là où les familles qui n'ont pas les moyens dans ce genre de situation? Je parle là dans la situation de monsieur Alexandre Perrine et Dylan Somi.
They want a counter.
The cost.
Normally, it's not for the government to give a counter autopsy, but they will have to be. I'm sure they can raise the money if they want to.
Okay.
Thank you, Madame Speaker. Puis-je demander à l'honorable Premier ministre ce qui est fait par notre gouvernement pour humaniser l'univers carcéral et permettre aux détenus de se réhabiliter tout en maintenant leur dignité. Merci.
That's a tall order. That's a tall order. I already have one there. Yes.
For rehabilitation. In other words, measures are being taken for that. I don't know whether you visited, for example, the Melrose prison. Lots of measures are taken there, and it was specifically designed for this purpose as well, as not just putting them in prison, but for rehabilitation.
The Prime Minister, maybe you might want to come with a statement later on. Because of the... Yes.
I know that there's an inquiry going on by the former judge, Lam Shandin.
Shandin,
I know his report is about to be delivered.
So, okay, good. Miss Dawiao, Honorable Dawiao.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can the Honorable Prime Minister state whether the National Human Rights Commission has been requested to monitor or participate in the inquiry wherever there has been foul play?
My understanding is that they have started inquiries.
You don't ask them, they do it by themselves, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, Mr. Francois.
Madam Speaker,
Don't jump.
with regards to the case of JAP, may I ask the Honourable Prime Minister whether he's aware if the case has also been referred to the Human Rights Commission and any inquiry is ongoing thereof?
Non, mais on vient de parler de ça, là. Oh, non, on vient de dire ça, là.
My
fallait écouter.
understanding is yes.
Yes, okay. Next question, Mr. Honorable Babulal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B715.
Madam Speaker, I wish to refer the honourable member to my reply to parliamentary question B1048 on the 25th of November last year, whereby most of the information requested were provided. But in regard to part A of the question, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that presently Bel-Air Rivière Sèche Police Station has a strength of 81 police officers of different ranks operating on a shift system. At any one time during the day, there are around 15 police officers on duty thereat, and at night there are about 10 police officers on duty. Regards to part B of the question, there are 2 police vans, one motorcycle, and 2 bicycles attached to the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station. Madam Speaker, as I had already informed the House, reinforcement is sought from supporting units such as the Emergency Response Service, the Divisional Support Unit, the Special Mobile Force, and the additional support from neighboring police stations, namely FLAC, Toulouse, Belmore, wherever the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station is temporarily understaffed for unforeseen reasons or whenever its fleet of vehicle is engaged. In regards to part C of the question, Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station has a jurisdiction over around 13 regions with a population of approximately 70,000 inhabitants and covers a catchment area of approximately 41 square kilometers. In regards to part D of the question, from November 2025 to the 14th of May 2026, the Bel Air Rivière Sèche police station recorded 8,775 complaints and requests for assistance, which have all been duly addressed.
Thank you. Yes. Last question, Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North. He's not listening to me. Yes. I'm giving you the chance to put your question.
Thank you. B716.
Madam Speaker, as per the Bank of Mauritius Act, one of the objects of the bank is to ensure the stability and soundness of the financial system in Mauritius. In this respect, the bank regulates and supervises financial institutions and any other institutions which has authority to carry out financial activities in Mauritius. For this purpose, the bank has established a supervision department. As per the bank's organizational structure, the department is headed by 3 directors, 2 for prudential supervision and 1 for anti-money laundering, combating financing of terrorism, counter-proliferation financing, AML, CFT, CFP, in short. The report to the 2nd Deputy Governor and the Governor of the Bank of Mauritius. Currently, there are 2 directors in post. With regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that by the Bank of Mauritius that the directors of supervision are responsible inter alia for overseeing the prudential and AML, CFT, CPF supervision of 18 banks, 6 non-bank deposit-taking institutions, 5 money changers, and 7 foreign exchange dealers. The roles and responsibilities assigned to the directors of supervision are inter alia as follows. First, to formulate and oversee the execution of strategic initiatives and projects in relation to prudential and AML, CFT, CPF supervision. Second, to formulate and implement regulatory and supervisory frameworks for both of them, that is prudential and AML, CFT, CPF supervision through the implementation of risk-based on-site examination and off-site supervision. Third, to ensure that the relevant legislative framework, policies and guidelines are in place and updated on an ongoing basis in line with the international standards that they are implemented effectively by financial institutions. Fourth, to oversee prudential and AML, CFT, CPF compliance by banks, non-bank deposit-taking institutions, money changers, and foreign exchange dealers, and ensure that they implement effective programs that have adequate governance and risk management and internal control frameworks. And fifth, to make relevant recommendations to the 2nd Deputy Governor for necessary corrective actions to be undertaken by financial institutions in relation to possible deficiencies observed and ensure proper follow-up procedures for the implementation. And sixth, to recommend enforcement actions and ensure that appropriate remedial measures are taken by the financial institutions. Madam Speaker, with regard to part B of the question, I'm informed by the Bank of Mauritius that the supervision department was headed by the following officers during the period 2014 to 2024. From the 17th of November 2014 to the 17th of November 2017, Mr. Amar Kumar Bera served as director. He was seconded by the Reserve Bank of India to the Bank of Mauritius. From the 18th of November 2017 to the 3rd of June 2018, the position of director was vacant. During that period, Mr. Chinia, Mrs. Uriman, and Mrs. Chatar Singh Subara, in their capacity as assistant directors, jointly oversaw the operation of the department. From the 4th of June 2018 to the 8th of June 2019, Mr. Ajay Kumar Chudari was the Director of Supervision. He was also seconded by the Reserve Bank of India. From the 9th of June 2019 to the 11th of May 2020, the post of Director was once again vacant. The department was collectively supervised by Mr. Chinya, Mrs. Ariman, and Mrs. Chatar Singh Subara, Assistant Directors. From the 22nd of May 2020 to the 13th of July 2021, Mr. Chinya and Mrs. Ariman were assigned duties as Acting Directors of Supervision. From the 14th of July 2021 to the 28th of September 2025, Mr. Chinya and Mrs. Ariman were the Directors. As from the 29th of September 2025, Mr. Chinya was no longer Director of Supervision as he had been appointed Second Deputy Governor. Mrs. Ariman continued to serve as Director of Supervision, and from the 23rd of January 2024 to the 24th of September 2024, Mrs. Chatar Singh Subara was appointed Acting Director of Supervision and subsequently as the Third Director of Supervision as from 25th of September 2024. Madam Speaker, over the past few months, we have uncovered multiple financial scandals involving various local financial institutions under the former, if I may call it, kleptocratic regime. First, the Silver Bank Limited, which as per the conservators' report, as at March 2024, had 8.1 billion rupees of non-performing loans out of a total loan portfolio of 8.3 billion. Second, the SBM Bank Mauritius Limited, which had written off a massive cumulative amount of 14.34 billion of loans rupees during the period 2014 to 2024. 14.34 billion, Madam Speaker, written off. Third, the Development Bank of Mauritius Limited, which as at 30th of June 2025 had some 400 million of its total portfolio classified as non-performing, of which 304 million relate to 5 companies that are either in liquidation or under receivership. And fourth, Mobank Holdings Limited, which has a negative equity of 2.95 billion rupees, resulting from accumulated losses since its inception in 2015. Madam Speaker, when we look at these 4 banks, a total amount of around 25 billion rupees has disappeared from the balance sheet, either in the form of money siphoned off, impaired loans, or loans written off. It's 25 billion rupees, Madam Speaker. At this point, all these point to one common factor: a major deficiency in the supervisory role of the Bank of Mauritius during the 10-year rule of the previous government. The inadequate regulatory oversight by the Bank of Mauritius has allowed these banks to engage in risky and fraudulent practices. Such deficient supervision has delayed the implementation of corrective actions and led to the accumulation of significant toxic assets within these financial institutions. It can expose the economy to reduce systematic instability, reduce investor confidence, and harm the country's reputation as an international financial institution. That is the result of the MSM regime. It is not only the weakness at the supervisory level of the Bank of Mauritius that was wrong, but also the dysfunctioning boards of these commercial banks that led to the approval of toxic loans, because they had boards. We cannot, Madam Speaker, remain silent in the face of this issue. Doing nothing is simply not acceptable. As the responsible government, we are taking the actions required and ensure that the bank carries out its mandates with full independence, greater rigor, transparency, and accountability in the interests of safeguarding the stability and integrity of the financial system. The Bank of Mauritius Act and the Banking Act will be reviewed to align them with international best practices in banking regulation and supervisory oversight. The Bank of Mauritius will look into the role of staff in these supervisory shortcomings and undertake a comprehensive restructuring of its supervision department and a thorough review of the existing supervisory practices. Madam Speaker, in the light of the disturbing information concerning the supervisory role of the central bank, I'm informed that the Bank of Mauritius has taken actions already. One, to review its internal operations, to improve its supervisory role, and two, they have asked for the services of a professional from the Reserve Bank of India to reinforce capacity in the supervision department and to investigate previous shortcomings. Government is fully committed to restoring confidence and reinforcing the integrity of the financial system. We will carry out the key reform, strengthen the independence of the supervision of the Bank of Mauritius, and ensure stronger accountability. This will lead to a more robust regulatory framework and a safer, more transparent and more resilient banking sector.
Thank you. No, I will not. No, I will not because
I will make it short.
I said no.
Madam Speaker.
I said your question was already on my list to be put for next time, to be withdrawn. No. C'est moi qui décide.
But you've called the question. And now
I've called the question.
In the past, other speakers have been given multiple.
I'm going to raise the sitting if you go on like that. Maybe it's unfair. Maybe it's unfair. Will you let me speak? Honorable members, I pray for your indulgence regarding timekeeping. It's true that when the question was put, it was almost time to stop. And because of the importance of the question, I allowed the question. May I speak?
I cannot do the question again. I have no right now to ask a supplementary. You should not have called the question if you would not give me a supplementary. You're depriving me the right of asking questions. It is totally unfair.
I am sure, honorable member, I am sure that you will be able to put a different question. Yeah, never mind, I've given a ruling. Now, members, I also, I have to inform you, unfortunately, I was trying to give a chance to get this question through. So maybe I was wrong, maybe. I am not perfect. Now I have been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B720, B734, B722, B732, B725, B729, B727, B726, B748, B721, B728, and B724. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. Okay. Next, what I have to say now is that I'm also allowing the Honorable Minister of Housing to reply to his questions before we start with Mr. Levin's question, because he's traveling tonight, and we all know why he's traveling tonight. So I will allow his questions to be put. First question, Honorable Member for Vacqua, Floréal, Ms. Béranger.
Donc, c'est B741.
40.
Madam Speaker, I am informed that Stella di Mare Mauritius Limited was granted a 60-year industrial lease over part of the pas géométrique and state land at Les Salines, Kénique, covering an extent of 25 arpents and 25 perches for the construction of a five-star hotel. The lease, which is valid from the 11th of June 2021 to the 10th of June 2081, was amended in 2022 to allow a change of purpose from the construction of a five-star hotel to hotel development under the Invest Hotel scheme. There has not thereon been, in favor of MIC, any transfer of lease held by Stella di Mare Mauritius Limited. As regards part A of the question, the annual rental chargeable is 16,305,854 rupees and shall be adjusted every 3 years based on CPI. The outstanding rental, including interest, as of the 14th of May 2026, amounts to 18,953,172.34. Regarding part B of the question, I'm informed that construction had reached foundation level, but subsequently stopped. Allow me, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the opportunity of giving this information. At one point in time, the Stella di Mare informed the ministry on the 4th of November 2024 that it is proposing to secure financing from the MIC. I'm adding to the plethora of events as recounted by the Honorable Prime Minister. So in November 2024, 4th of November, the Stella di Mare informed the Ministry of Housing and Lands that it is proposing to secure financing from the Mauritius Investment Corporation to the tune of 425 million rupees and had requested the ministry's written permission in accordance with Article 5B of the lease agreement to pledge the interest of the lease in favor of the MIC. No permission of the ministry was granted. And following searches carried out in La Vims, it was found that according to inscription volume transcribed, the number is there, dated the 6th of November 2024, MIC has subscribed from Stella di Mare, Mauritius Limited, charges amounting to 425 million as follows. Fixed charge over the plot of state land of 25 acres, 25 perches, and a floating charge on all movable and immovable assets. So what I'm trying to say here is that in spite of the fact that the ministry refused to give its consent, it did go ahead and obtain the pledge. So as it stands, the situation is as follows. The pledge they hold is null and void. I am also informed that the MIC did at a certain point in time, and it was sometime in 2024, disburse the amount of 325 million to Stella di Mare. And right now it is using, since ever we have come to power, and we've done away with that ridiculous regime that was running this country, and added to the 325 million that was given away as though it was theirs, they are now, the MIC, using all the tools at its disposal in order to ensure that they can recover the 325 million, and my ministry has to recover the millions that is also owed in terms of lease. But there is also another amount that is owed, that is basically the cost-sharing mechanism, which amounts to 38,132,630.10 cents.
Yes.
L'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire si son ministère envisage de transférer le bail à un promoteur pour un projet de villa et d'appartements, sachant qu'à l'origine, c'était un projet d'hôtel 5 étoiles qui peut apporter davantage d'emplois et de devises sur le long terme plutôt que des villas et des appartements?
As it stands right now, I am aware that even though in my view that the pledge is null and void since it never obtained the authorization of the ministry, I have been approached by the MIC and we are working together to ensure that they can recover the 325 million. Now, it will be up to the MIC to inform the ministry of what its board has decided. And once the board of the MIC has decided to come to an agreement for the recovery of the 325, it will be sent to my ministry for my approval as Minister of Housing and Land. And I will then go to Cabinet to obtain Cabinet's approval with regards to the way forward. And at this particular juncture, no, there is no such project or intention to transfer to anyone for any project of any sort at this particular stage.
Okay, your next question. You have one more?
Si possible.
Yes.
Merci. L'honorable ministre est-il au courant que les deux directeurs de la compagnie ne sont pas résidents? L'adresse enregistrée au Registrar of Companies est celle du secrétariat. Donc, n'y a-t-il pas... est-ce que la compagnie n'est pas en train d'enfreindre la section 132 du Companies Act?
Do you know that, Minister?
There is the issue which concerns the need to comply with the Companies Act. There needs to have one resident local director. That's one issue. But right now, what I'm concentrating on is not to get into those little details of breaches that are clearly, that's not only one, there are many breaches. But I have to ensure is not reacting instinctively. Because if I'm to react instinctively and cancel the lease, what happens is that MIC finds itself with a hole of 325 million, and then we end up with simply a beautiful academic solution, whereas the people of this country need us to be more intelligent and conscientious in trying to recoup what is owed by those who have taken it because of certain people who allowed it to to be given away as though it was theirs.
Don't get carried away.
No,
Don't
no,
get carried away.
it's the truth.
Yes, Miss Honourable Member, you have another question for the Minister.
Et 754.
Voilà.
It's 754, n'est-ce pas? Yes. Madam Speaker, government remains fully committed to the protection of prime agricultural land for food security, sustainable agriculture, and the long-term interests of our planters and farmers. However, government also recognizes the practical realities faced by those actively engaged in agricultural activities and has agreed to the amendment of Policy A1 of Outline Planning Scheme under the Town and Country Planning Act to allow for the construction of a storage unit cum quarters for workers, watchmen, at a maximum gross floor area of 100 meters square on agricultural plots of a minimum size of 50 perches, approximately 2,115 meters square. This is subject to strict conditions. Now, I have a list of the conditions, Madam Speaker. Now, I can table the list of conditions. As regards Part B of the question, there are built-in multiple layers of safeguards to ensure that this facility is used strictly for its intended agricultural purpose. There are strict size limits for the maximum gross floor area of 100 meters square with ground floor coverage, not exceeding 50 meters square. Space allocation for workers, watchmen is capped at a maximum of 12 meters square. And the list goes on, and I will undertake to table it right away. Regarding Part C, with a view to ensuring a robust monitoring, permits will set clear enforceable conditions attached to land conversion and building and land use permits regarding design, use, and continued agricultural activity. And there will be inspections and sanctions as appropriate. Breaches will entail stop orders, demolition orders, fines, permit cancellations, and other sanctions under the Town and Country Planning Act, Local Government Act, and related legislation. Madam Speaker, the balanced and conditional amendment reflects government's dual commitment to safeguarding our limited agricultural land while supporting those who work it productively. It is a pragmatic step forward, not a loophole. Government will continue to monitor its implementation and take corrective action whenever so required to prevent abuse.
Yes.
Des cas déjà en cours concernant les abus par rapport aux constructions qui étaient déjà permises pour les petites structures sur les terres agricoles. Est-ce qu'il n'y a pas là le risque de voir s'accélérer comment je vais dire ça?
Une prolifération.
La disparition plutôt progressive des terres agricoles au profit de terres quasi résidentielles quand le ministère augmente la permission par rapport aux structures qui sont possibles de construire sur les terres agricoles. Surtout à un moment où on parle de sécurité alimentaire.
I understand, Madam Speaker, the question from the honourable member. Let me reassure her that at the time of consultations between our ministries and the time the decision was taken to go for an amendment pursuant to the Town and Country Planning Act of 1954, and there were all those issues were thought of. And as we speak today, before this decision was taken, there were no such guidelines. There was it was open for all to do whatever they wished, and I totally understand her. However, the reason why we've come up with a proper mechanism in the law with proper guidelines is to ensure that precisely such proliferation does not happen. What we have taken into account is what is the best way of managing to ensure that responsible agriculture goes forward and responsible farmers are helped in the process. So once this guideline is there, all that happens that goes outside the guidelines, there will be proper monitoring and there will be sanctions.
Okay. Yes. I find a third question for you from Mr. Bichuk.
Yes.
I can't find any other question. Do you have any other question, Minister, addressed to you?
No, I do not have any other question.
Okay, Mr. Bichuk being absent, so I think you're done.
It will be going in as a written format.
Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, all right. Then we will go to the question of Mr. Lobin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B735, please.
Madam Speaker, the construction of new drains by local authorities is carried out in close collaboration with the Land Drainage Authority, which is a principal technical body responsible for identifying priority areas, approving drainage design, and ensuring that all projects comply with the required engineering, safety, and standard before implementation. For the financial year 2025-2026, the Land Drainage Authority submitted a list of proposed drainage projects to local authorities on 24th October 2025. Following the submission and revision of cost estimate by local authorities, the overall estimate cost for the drainage project nationwide was revised to approximately 993 million rupees and submitted to the Ministry of Finance on 11 March 2026. I am informed that the Ministry of Finance subsequently indicated that the request would be considered under the budget exercise 2026-2027. Madam Speaker, with regard to the Municipal Council of Aqua Phoenix, I am informed that although no new drain construction works have yet commenced since September 2025, substantial preparatory, technical, and administrative works have already been undertaken. I am informed that consultancy services for detailed design of drainage infrastructure at 11 priority sites within the township were awarded to GIB Mauritius Limited for a contract value of 2.8 million rupees inclusive of VAT. The consultancy includes hydrological and topographical studies, flood risk assessment, hydraulic calculation, preparation of detailed drawings and specifications, cost estimates, and bidding documents to ensure that drains are properly designed to address both present and future flooding risk. The initial design report submitted by GIB Mauritius Limited on 5th August 2024 was referred to the Land Drainage Authority for technical approval. Thereafter, several technical meetings and consultations were held between the Municipal Council and the Land Drainage Authority and the consultant following requests for further clarification and amendments. Following additional consultation held on 17 December 2025, 29 April 2026, and on 7 May 2026, revised report was resubmitted to the Land Drainage Authority, subsequently convey its no objection, subject to certain technical conditions for implementation at the 11 sites concerned. In parallel, the Municipal Council has also initiated internal survey and design works for additional drainage projects, which are expected to be completed by 31st July 2026. Madam Speaker, I wish to emphasize that construction works cannot proceed before obtaining the necessary technical approval of the Land Drainage Authority, together with the required financial clearance. Drainage infrastructure projects involve important engineering, flood management, and public safety consideration, and all procedures must therefore be properly complied with before implementation. I'm further informed that on 12 May 2026, the Municipal Council was requested to finalize the bidding documents and revise estimate for the 11 priority sites so that implementation may proceed once all approvals and financial clearance are obtained. I also wish to reassure the honourable members and the House that the delay is not due to unwillingness or inaction on the part of the Municipal Council, but rather to the need to comply with all technical, procedural, and financial requirements applicable to major drainage infrastructure projects. My ministry remains fully committed to ensuring that these projects are implemented in a proper, sustainable, and effective manner for the long-term benefit of the residents of Aqua Phoenix. I am tabling all relevant information concerning the drain project sites and the amendment cost estimate as per report submitted by GIB Mauritius Limited of each site for the benefit of the House.
Yes, all right. Mr. Bijan, if we can do it within 2 minutes, would be fine. Yes, all right.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B736.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that in the current list of projects for the construction and upgrading of drainage infrastructure annexed to Climate and Sustainability Fund for the financial year 2025-2026, the following projects have been approved and listed as projects under preparation for constituency number 6, namely, first, completion of outstanding drain works at Fond du Sac, phase 1. Second, construction of drains at low-lying points at Cancarol Grand Bay, completion of drain works at Cancarol Grand Bay. Third, drain works at Mosquée Road Grand Bay. And fourth, construction of outfall works from major drain at Fond du Sac, phase 2. Since the above projects have been listed as projects under preparation, the contracts are yet to be awarded, as funds have only been provided for consultancy services up to the bidding document preparation stage for this financial year. Madam Speaker, I'm further informed that the bidding documents for 2 projects, phase 1 of the drain project of Fond du Sac and the project Cancarol Grand Bay, have nearly been finalized. Accordingly, and in line with the budget circular, my ministry has requested funds for the works component of the 2 aforementioned projects for the next financial year. Once funds are made available, bids will be floated. As regards the remaining projects at Mosquée Road, Grand Bay, and outfall works for major drain at Fond du Sac phase 2, these projects are still at the preliminary design stage with investigative works to follow. Madam Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that the project construction of drains near Douga-Chen Uri Government School, Goodlands, which is being undertaken by the National Development Unit of my ministry, was awarded on 25th September 2024 to General Construction Limited for an amount of 14.62 million rupees and is nearing completion. Madam Speaker, with your permission, I am also tabling the requested information.
No, time is up. Time is up. Yes, we will raise until 2:30. J'ai oublié de dire les 2 là. Hein? Il faudra qu'ils disent oui.
On the stunning west coast of Mauritius, life moves to its own vibrant rhythm. It is a place where culture, connection, and true freedom come alive in every moment. Start your morning at Cascabel, where convenience meets the easy pace of the tropics. Experience a lifestyle built around well-being, movement, and a perfect sense of balance. And at the end of every day, we return home to a space that is truly extraordinary. Introducing Magenta Parkside, a prestigious new chapter on the beautiful West Coast. Secure one of the final plots, available from 7.6 million rupees, exclusively for Mauritian citizens. Contact the Medine sales team today. Magenta Parkside, your destination, your home.
Mauradio, votre destination pour les dernières tendances musicales avec vos DJ préférés. 24h sur 24, 7 jours sur 7 sur mauradio.com, mauradio.com. Détendez-vous avec un moment musical inoubliable. Plongez dans les hits des années 70, 80 et 90.
Build your legacy back home. The Grove Bois de Chandelle is your opportunity to own a home in Mauritius for you and the generations to come. The Grove at Medin Smart City on Mauritius's west coast is located next to a 14-acre park. This exclusive community of 34 luxury duplexes offers 3 or 4 bedroom homes with private gardens and the West Lifestyle membership with access to Casella Parks, Spark and Tamarina Golf and Spa Boutique Hotel. Starting from 19 million rupees open to Mauritians abroad, non-citizens are eligible for residence permit and tax advantages. Few units left. Contact us by WhatsApp on 5451 3333.
Mauradio, attachez vos ceintures pour un voyage au cœur de l'Ile-Maurice. Votre compagnon incontournable, 24 heures sur 24, 7 jours sur 7, sur mauradio.com, mauradio.com.
On the stunning west coast of Mauritius, life moves to its own vibrant rhythm. It is a place where culture, connection, and true freedom come alive in every moment. Start your morning at Cascabel, where convenience meets the easy pace of the tropics. Experience a lifestyle built around well-being, movement, and a perfect sense of balance. And at the end of every day, we return home to a space that is truly extraordinary. Introducing Magenta Parkside, a prestigious new chapter on the beautiful West Coast. Secure one of the final plots, available from 7.6 million rupees, exclusively for Mauritian citizens. Contact the Medine sales team today. Magenta Parkside, your destination, your home.
Mauradio, votre destination pour les dernières tendances musicales avec vos DJ préférés. 24 heures sur 24, 7 jours sur 7 sur mauradio.com, mauradio.com. Détendez-vous avec un moment musical inoubliable. Plongez dans les hits des années 70, 80 et 90.
pas fait gagner, mais dans mon équerre qui n'a pas connu. Pendant 3 jours, mon Simon n'a pas mangé. Pas dormi, mon n'a pas dormi, mais si tu veux moi, mon pasteur kaki. Pendant 3 jours, mon Simon n'a pas mangé. Pas dormi, mon n'a pas dormi, mais si tu veux moi, mon comme un moustique. Cette fille qui n'a pas beauté, mais ça même les cœurs qui n'a plein gourmand. Cette fille qui fait la beauté, mais dans tous les cœurs, pas fait la gourmand. Tous les mais sur la cervelle, n'a pas connu. Car même sur la paupière noire, dans tous les cœurs, pas près d'un dîner ça. Oh, non, maman, non, mon pas pour marier, maman, non, mon pas pour marier, j'aime qui aussi, mon fait la confiance. Ah, non, maman, non, mon pas pour marier, maman, non, mon pas pour marier, j'aime qui aussi, mon fait la confiance. Mon figure, mon pas pour laver. La colère meilleure contre moi, y'a fait croiser moi, y'a fait question. Mais y'a fait deux affaires, tu vas pas la maille qui te fait. Ton maille qui doit me faire, là, toi fais plein de maille, poil dans l'enfer. La fille qui avait tombé, mon petit galoupé, mon ciel en papier. Ce qui fait moi faire la rate, mon petit grâce, ma rate, mon rentre dans la case. C'est dans mon rentre dans la case, à la dos commence, c'est au tapas. Mais moi, mon jamais pensé, mon pas dans la case, te faire comme mes races. Non, la pas pour gagner, moi, tu vas me casser devant la marée. Même dans la marée, ça va m'oublier, mais qui m'a bondier. Et moi, dans mon génération, passer la personne qui compte dans les coups. Comme à toi. Ah, non, maman, non, moi pas pour marier, maman, non, moi pas pour marier, j'aime plus aussi, mon fait la confiance. Ah, non, maman, non, moi pas pour marier, maman, non, moi pas pour marier, mais j'aime plus aussi, mon fait la confiance. Wati la 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 la, wati la 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 la, wati la 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 la, wati la la la. Doni, wati la 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 la.
L'appétit se reflète dans te lisier. Dans sa battement l'appétit, moléqué à pébat poudé. Dans sa tiquane l'appétit, parfum rose à pénois nous. Yam sa oiseau l'appétit, oiseau la y a péssante pour nous.
Dans la vie, il y a un sentiment qui nous ressentit, qui vient bien solide.
Nous comprenons ça qui ça veut dire parce qu'il nous permet quand nous sommes contents. La flamme qui donne au cœur petit, toujours libre pour respirer.
La flamme qui donne au cœur, il parle toujours libre pour éclairer.
La ligne, l'appétit, se reflète dans te lisier. Dans sa battement, l'appétit, moléqué à pébat poudé. Dans sa tiquane, l'appétit, parfum rose à pénois nous. Yam sa oiseau, l'appétit, oiseau la y a péssante pour nous.
Mon l'esprit appelle de l'esprit pour faire un esprit, oui, c'est l'esprit.
L'écho, appelle de l'amour, appelle-moi l'amour. L'amour l'amour qui mène pour toi, Coco, toujours libre pour continuer.
Dit que mon femme les vilains la façon jolie mais la rodée sans coup de ciseaux l'américain taille mon protocole officier a dit que mon femme les vilains la façon jolie mais la rodée sans coup de ciseaux l'américain taille mon protocole officier dans mon tête à moulal dans mon zéna à malol dans mon coussin à basé embrasse ma main si tu veux gagner dans mon tête à moulal dans mon zéna à malol dans mon coussin à basé embrasse ma main si tu veux gagner a dit tiens moi oui 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 a dit tiens moi non 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 dans le rêve bébé non n'a pas de quantité a dit tiens moi oui 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 a dit tiens moi non 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 dans le rêve bébé non n'a pas de fil d'acier. Tonia mouton café, Tonia. Ah, Tonia mouton café, n'a boire un coup. Ah, Tonia mouton café, Tonia. Ah, Tonia mouton café, n'a boire un coup. C'est la pas bon quand ton mari l'a pas là dans la rue tu fais serre volant a dit jamais oui 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 a dit jamais non 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 elle rêve bébé n'a pas de quantité a dit jamais oui 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 a dit jamais non 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 elle rêve bébé n'a pas de fil d'acier. Maladie de la c'est joli, mais quand il devient fort, méfiez-vous mes amis, j'irai sous les feuillages, chercher leur serpenterie, car l'amour c'est la mort, et c'est aussi la vie, car l'amour c'est la mort, et c'est le paradis, maladie d'amour, maladie de la jeunesse, si tu n'aimes que moi, reste tout près de moi, oh, maladie d'amour, maladie de la jeunesse, si tu n'aimes que moi, reste tout près de moi, maladie d'amour, maladie de la jeunesse, si tu n'aimes que moi, reste tout près de moi, oh, maladie d'amour, maladie d'amour, maladie d'amour, maladie d'amour. Scratch me back. It really is a fact that as I itch, the more I scratch. Oh, we went out to a party. It was me and Benema. And before I know what happened, I got a lesion on me butt. When someone scratched me back, scratched me back. It really is a fact. The less I itch, the more I scratch. Scratch me, yeah. Scratch me back. Scratch me, yeah. Scratch me back. Scratch me, yeah. When I was quite embarrassed, to my two friends at the sea, well, they were madly itching, and they were screaming louder than me. Oh, won't you scratch me back? Scratch me back. It really is a fact. The less I itch, the more I scratch. Scratch me back. Scratch me back. It really is a fact. The less I itch, the more I scratch. Scratch me, yeah. Scratch me back. Scratch me, yeah. Scratch me back. Scratch me, yeah. When the hostie got excited, pick up the phone instant. Quickly dialed the number and said, "Welcome, spare this place." commandement de Dieu. Un seul Dieu tu adoreras et aimeras parfaitement. Ni en vain tu ne jureras, ni autre chose pareillement. Les dimanches tu garderas, en servant Dieu dévotement. Père et mère tu honoreras, afin de vivre longuement. Merci mon Dieu, merci mon Dieu, merci mon Dieu pour ton grand amour. Merci mon Dieu, merci mon Dieu, merci mon Dieu pour ton grand amour. Merci mon Dieu pour ton grand amour. Merci mon Dieu pour ton grand Stop banana with my Black tarantula. Can Mr. Tallyman carry me banana? Carry me banana. Can Mr. Tallyman carry me banana? Deo, Deo, Deo. Will I come and be home? Deo, Deo, Deo. Will I come and be home? Today's our day. Welcome, I come to Kirong. When I come and you want go home. Stop, banana with the money come. When I come and you want go home. Come, Mr. Tallyman, come, Mr. Tallyman, come, Mr. Tallyman, carry me banana. When I come and you want go home. Toujours avec le soleil, ambiance sûre. Chaud. Destination Madagascar. Suku soleil. Suku soleil. Boulevard la Providence, la saison m'emmire, pendant que tout le monde y danse, puis m'arriver sans mourir. Soleil, tout le monde est là. Laissez-moi maman, laissez-moi papa, laissez-moi marier. Laissez-moi maman, laissez-moi papa, laissez-moi marier. Laissez-moi, laissez-moi. La rue Dauphine, mi entend son piano, c'était compère qui t'a pris fine. Ah mon Dieu maman, mon Dieu papa, l'amour il fait mal. Ramène-moi la casse mon maman. Ah mon Dieu maman, mon Dieu papa, l'amour il fait mal. Ramène-moi la casse mon maman. Pardon compère, la femme et le père, moi donner la fille déjà moi qui tire punaise dans son corset. Pardon compère, la femme et le père, moi donner la fille déjà moi qui tire punaise dans son corset. Oh non. Allez, allez, allez. Canma pour les deux. Canma pour les deux. Moi-même qu'à Francisco, il travaille à beau bateau. La misère elle est trop fort. Amène à moi dans le port. Moi-même qu'à Francisco, il travaille à beau bateau. La misère elle est trop fort. Amène à moi dans le port. Roulez moins environ. Courant est trop fort. Amène à moi dans le port. Roulez moins environ. Courant est trop fort. Amène à moi dans le port.
Sylvain dans l'automotive, dans son pantalon large, il souffle de son encif, son lit dans les couleurs cirage. Sylvain dans l'automotive, dans son pantalon large, il souffle de son encif, son lit dans les couleurs cirage.
À mon même bande du vagabond pas que ça m'attifie la tête à mon gros œuf. À mon même bande du vagabond pas que ça m'attifie la tête à mon gros œuf. En passant par la fenêtre, elle dit couloula dessus mon pilote. En passant par la fenêtre, elle dit couloula dessus mon pilote. En passant par la fenêtre, elle dit couloula dessus mon pilote. En passant par la fenêtre, elle dit couloula dessus mon pilote. Mettre café dans mon moulin d'eau. Mon moulin, mon moulin, mon moulin. Mettre café dans mon moulin d'eau. Mon moulin, mon moulin, mon moulin. Mettre café dans mon moulin d'eau. Mon moulin, mon moulin, mon moulin. Mettre café dans mon moulin d'eau. Mon moulin, mon moulin, mon moulin. Tu connais, danse la rumba, mais tu roules en avant comme feuille banane. Dis que ton tête elle est bien peignée et dessous ton robe n'est pas fouillée. Ah Mélanie, ah Mélanie, ah Mélanie, ton côté est tout en main. Ah Mélanie, ah Mélanie, ah Mélanie, ton côté est tout en main. Voilà l'autre elle arrive, vos amis, bébé ça ouvre vite, maman chérie. La lampe met dans la case il fait noir. La plus moyen comme la monnaie. La lampe met dans la case il fait noir. La plus moyen comme la monnaie. Roulez mon cabot dans l'ensemble crié. Roulez mon cabot dans l'ensemble crié. Roulez mon cabot dans l'ensemble crié. Roulez mon cabot dans l'ensemble crié.
On the stunning west coast of Mauritius, life moves to its own vibrant rhythm. It is a place where culture, connection, and true freedom come alive in every moment. Start your morning at Cascabel, where convenience meets the easy pace of the tropics. Experience a lifestyle built around well-being, movement, and a perfect sense of balance. And at the end of every day, you return home to a space that is truly extraordinary. Introducing Magenta Parkside, a prestigious new chapter on the beautiful West Coast. Secure one of the final plots, available from 7.6 million rupees, exclusively for Mauritian citizens. Contact the Medine sales team today. Magenta Parkside, your destination, your home.
Mauradio, votre destination pour les dernières tendances musicales avec vos DJ préférés. 24 heures sur 24, 7 jours sur 7 sur mauradio.com, mauradio.com. Détendez-vous avec un moment musical inoubliable. Plongez dans les hits des années 70, 80 et 90.
la piété, non, mais nous n'a pas du tracas. Qui fait te parler dans ces gangs, c'est moi qui te fais gagner. Ouais, n'a pas dit la piété, non, mais nous n'a pas du tracas. Qui fait te parler dans ces gangs, c'est moi qui te fais gagner. Tu as envie de danser à d'autres, mais oui, tu as envie de danser. Qui fait te parler dans ces gangs, c'est moi qui te fais gagner. Ouais, tu as envie de danser à d'autres, mais oui, tu as envie de danser. Qui fait te parler dans ces gangs, c'est moi qui te fais gagner. Nous finissons bien travail tous les jours. À d'autres samedi, nous bien sous. Ma visée qui nous comme un miracle. Nous comptons pour manger la race. Plaisir nation numéro 1. 4 semaines passées, mon Dieu. Nous finissons bien travail tous les jours. À d'autres samedi, nous bien sous. Ma visée qui nous comme un miracle. Nous comptons pour manger la race. Plaisir nation numéro 1. Attrapez, rapti madame là, une jolie parole. 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 La réunion, avion qui jamais mis la balise, tu n'es pas pris dans l'îlot. Si tu prends taxi, c'est Denis, où y a le diable sous au Capri. Avion qui jamais mis la balise, tu n'es pas pris dans l'îlot. Si tu prends taxi, c'est Denis, où y a le diable sous au Capri. Premier les vines bois, comme ça les vines bois. Si ça les vines bois, ça même Rome s'arrête la réunion. Premier les vines bois, comme ça les vines bois. Si ça les vines bois, ça même Rome s'arrête la réunion. c'est pour l'y aller. Mon madame, les chapelles Andrea. Mon travail à soi, voler passer pour l'y aller. Rends-moi mon madame, Bacabo. Rends-moi mon madame, Bacabo. Rends-moi mon madame, sinon mon pouvier que voler à pas. Rends-moi mon madame, Bacabo. Rends-moi mon madame, Bacabo. Rends-moi mon madame, ça me casse. moi qui viens d'arriver. Mais donne-moi mon couteau, laisse-moi couper, moi le condamné. Ma servante, c'est moi qui viens d'arriver. Mais donne-moi mon couteau, laisse-moi couper, moi le condamné. Hey yo, râle-moi mon madame, vagabond. Râle-moi mon madame, vagabond. Râle-moi mon madame, sinon mon coup de te voler à femme. Râle-moi mon madame, vagabond. Râle-moi mon madame, vagabond. Râle-moi mon madame, à mon c'est dans la campagne. Madame Bertha, mon Dieu, où mon a plus capable. C'est que du matin, quand l'adresse c'était sur des autres. Madame Bertha, mon Dieu, où mon a plus capable. C'est que du matin, quand la santé casse nos sommeils. Go, go, Rico, Rico, go, Rico, Rico, go, Rico, quand la santé casse nos sommeils. Go, go, Rico, Rico, go, Rico, Rico, go, Rico, quand la santé casse nos sommeils. Mon papa dit c'est les jardins, il aimait tous les grands matins, il dit goûter les libertés, annual pouce mortel. Mon papa dit c'est les jardins, il aimait tous les grands matins, il dit goûter les libertés, annual pouce mortel. Hey, Pipangay, 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 à la Pipangay, yeah. Hey, Pipangay, 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 à la Pipangay. Mon papa dit c'est les jardins, il aimait tous les grands matins, il dit goûter les libertés, annual pouce mortel. Mon papa dit c'est les jardins, il aimait tous les grands matins, il dit goûter les libertés, annual pouce mortel. Hey, Pipangay, 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 à la Pipangay. Pipangay, 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 à la Pipangay. Depuis Rodabin quitte mon la case, depuis Rodabin quitte mon la case, il danse pour ma volcan l'ossimé. Depuis Rodabin quitte mon la case, depuis Rodabin quitte mon la case, il danse pour ma volcan l'ossimé. Ah, yo Rosa, rends-moi mon alliance pour moi aller. Rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, c'est le cas de maman qui donne-moi. Rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, c'est le cas de maman qui donne-moi. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh lolo. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh la eh la la. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh lolo. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh la eh la la. Ah yo waza, rends-moi mon alliance pour moi aller. Rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, c'est le cas de maman qui donne-moi. Rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, rends-moi mon alliance pour moi lever, c'est le cas de maman qui donne-moi. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh lolo. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh la eh la la. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh lolo. Ola eh, ola eh, ola eh la eh la la. L'autre côté du lot, nous pouvons aller. Oh, Maman Dolores. Oh, Maman Dolores. Oh, Maman Dolores. Oh, Maman Dolores. Montez ça non pas côté la boutique. Avec là qui nous couper. Allez dis-moi qui nous couper là. Là-bas contre ma tante Simon, qui bien connaît, qui lui fait serre. Samedi ça n'a pas manqué, comme d'habitude, un petit dansé. Là-bas contre ma tante Simon, qui bien connaît moi, qui lui fait serre. Si tu les connais moi, mais oui si tu les connais moi. Mon même tu lui fais serre, comme on s'est casé pour son là-bas sapé. Si tu les connais moi, mais oui si tu les connais moi. Mon même tu lui fais serre, comme on s'est casé pour son là-bas sapé. L'habitude n'a pas venté. Rentrez-moi mon pour brosser. Diman sabanam la, qui qualité poisson qui m'a brossé. L'habitude n'a pas venté. Rentrez-moi mon pour brosser. Diman sabanam la, qui qualité poisson qui m'a brossé. Je les connais moi, mais oui si je les connais moi. Mon même tu lui fais c'est comme on s'est casé poisson la bas sapé. Si je les connais moi, mais oui si je les connais moi. Mon même tu lui fais c'est comme on s'est casé poisson la bas sapé. Les connais moi, mais oui si tu les connais moi. Moi-même tu lui fais c'est comme on s'est casé pour son la passe à paix. Si tu les connais moi, mais oui si tu les connais moi. Moi-même tu lui fais c'est comme on s'est casé pour son la passe à paix. Allez, dis-moi qui nous coupe là. Quand tu finis d'arriver, montez ça non bas côté la boutique. Avec là qui nous coupe. Allez, dis-moi qui nous coupe là. Si tu les connais moi, mais oui si tu les connais moi. Mon même tu lui fais c'est comme vous êtes casé pour sur la masse à paix. Si tu les connais moi, mais oui si tu les connais moi. Mon même tu lui fais c'est comme vous êtes casé pour sur la masse à paix. Dans qui ça, n'a pas coucoué dans qui ça, n'a pour le loup peste. Parole mon maman, tu dis à moi, n'a pas coucoué dans qui ça, n'a pas coucoué dans qui ça, n'a pour le loup peste. La clôtisée, l'issonnée, mon les bouté, n'a pas capable, mon les levé, mon n'a pas capable, mon senti modifié à marée. La clôtisée, l'issonnée, mon les bébés n'a pas capable, mon les levé, mon n'a pas capable, mon senti modifié à marée. Maman, tu tiens moi, te pourrais y marier en bas là-bas. Aïe, maman, ton maman, moi tu trop pressé pour content, moi tu trop pressé pour content, moi pourrais y marier en bas là-bas. Aïe, maman, ton maman, moi tu trop pressé pour content, moi tu trop pressé pour content, moi pourrais y marier en bas là-bas. Mon m'a dit maman, m'a crié, mon m'a dit maman, m'a pleuré. Mon écouté, mon n'a pas capable, mon senti, mon la vie à marrer. Mon m'a dit maman, m'a crié, mon m'a dit maman, m'a pleuré. Mon l'écouter, mon n'a pas capable, mon sentiment la langue ya Marie. Donne-moi la guitare. Sa bouteille là, les filles finis moins. Les dire, moi tiens, tu marin, naviguer l'eau de l'océan. Amuser, moi t'y amuser. Mais sa bouteille là, les filles te faillent moins. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la.
The Honourable First Member for Montagne-Blanche and Grand Chances.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, B738.
Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'd reply to this question on behalf of the substantive minister. I'd like to thank the Honourable for this question. I am informed that the number of adolescents admitted to public health institutions for drug-related health conditions over the past 5 years is as follows. 2021, 117 admissions. 2022, 97 admissions. 2023, 126 admissions. 2024, 139 admissions, 2025, 173 admissions. These figures indicate a concerning upward trend in recent years, warranting sustained attention and targeted intervention. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to the assessment of drug addiction among adolescents, I'm informed that a national study was conducted in 2023 by the ministry entitled Study on Knowledge, Attitudes and Behavior on HIV/AIDS and Drug Abuse Among Adolescents aged 15 to 17 in Mauritius and Rodrigues. The study, based on a representative sample of 400 school adolescents, revealed the following key findings. Approximately 98% of respondents perceived drug addiction as a significant problem among adolescents. Second finding, cannabis was identified as the most commonly used substance. Third, the study underscored the need for further in-depth and continuous research, particularly in relation to emerging synthetic drugs. In response to these findings and evolving trends, I am further informed that the National Agency for Drug Control is envisaging a comprehensive study entitled Prevalence of Determinants of Synthetic Drug Use Among Secondary School Students in Mauritius. This initiative aims at generating evidence-based data specific to the local context, identifying risk factors and behavioral patterns associated with drug use, and supporting the design of targeted data-driven interventions to address substance abuse among adolescents. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in parallel, several preventive and intersectoral measures are being implemented and strengthened, including, first, capacity building in schools. Since March 2026, a school leadership training program has been initiated in collaboration with the Ministry of Education, targeting rectors and educators. This program focuses on early identification, prevention strategies, and understanding evolving patterns of drug use among adolescents. Second, recognizing that prevention is most effective at an early age, early childhood intervention programs are being developed to build resilience, life skills, and protective factors before the age of 12. Third and last, multi-sectoral collaboration, enhanced collaboration with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and non-governmental organizations are being pursued to promote structured and meaningful activities for young people, promote healthy lifestyles and social engagement, and reduce vulnerability to substance abuse through holistic youth development programs. And in conclusion, the Ministry of Health and Wellness remains fully committed to strengthening surveillance, prevention, early intervention, and rehabilitation strategies to effectively address drug-related health conditions among adolescents. Currently, the ministry has one residential rehabilitation center for male adolescents at Long Mountain, one for female patients, including adolescents of Beaubassin, and there is one additional rehabilitation center which will become operational in the coming weeks at FLAC. The approach being adopted is comprehensive, evidence-based, and anchored in strong intersectoral collaboration to safeguard the health and future of our youth. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Mr. Rubenelli. Honorable members, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B739, B770, B767, B777. The Honorable Third Member for Warwick.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B738.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to shed some light on the homologation of sports facilities before answering the question. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, only national sport facilities which host international athletics and football competition required homologation from their respective international sport federations. However, the hosting of international competition in respect of other sports discipline, national sport facilities do not need homologation, but they have to comply with the rules established by their respective international sport federation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, hence I'm tabling a list of national sport facilities together with their status. At present, the Côte d'Or Athletics Track and Football Ground are homologated by World Athletics and FIFA respectively. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, my ministry has sought funds for the upgrading of several sport facilities before homologation is envisaged. That being said, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to highlight that in order for a sport facility to be homologated, there are mandatory requirements that need to be met. If these requirements are being met, homologation of the Jean-Daniel André Stadium is envisaged to host international sports competition. Then the onus to apply for homologation rests with the concerned national sport federation.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Est-ce que l'honorable ministre peut nous dire justement quels sont ces critères pour l'homologation de l'infrastructure dont est mentionné ici, c'est-à-dire le stade de Gondjoua?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in order for a sport facility to be homologated, there are mandatory requirements that need to be met. For instance, in the case of football stadium, The requirements include compliance with inter alia, first, administration and documentation. Second, pitch or field of play. Third, technical areas and equipment. Fourth, dressing rooms, team and official facilities. Fifth, match officials, doping and bar, that is video assistant referee, spectators area and seating, safety, security, and emergency services, media, press and broadcast, and lighting, power, and communications.
Okay. B741 has been withdrawn, so I call upon the Honorable Third Member for Flac and Bonacay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B742.
Monsieur le Vice-président, actuellement, 3 producteurs indépendants, IPP, à savoir Alteo, Terragène et Omnicane, produisent de l'électricité à partir de la bagasse et du charbon. Omnicane, Saint-Aubin, donc CTDS, dépend exclusivement du charbon pour sa production d'énergie. Au fil des années, on a constaté une nette augmentation de l'utilisation du charbon au détriment de la bagasse, compte tenu de la réduction significative des surfaces cultivées en canne à sucre. Afin de promouvoir la production d'énergie à partir de la bagasse, notamment à partir de la biomasse, notamment la bagasse, les résidus de canne à sucre et la biomasse, wooden chips. C'est ainsi de faciliter la sortie du charbon. Le ministère de l'Agro-Industrie a élaboré un cadre national pour la biomasse. Actuellement, les producteurs indépendants d'électricité, les IPPs, du secteur sucrier, consomment environ 750 000 tonnes de charbon par an. Monsieur le Vice-président, pour remplacer intégralement cette quantité de charbon par la biomasse, il faudrait, selon les estimations, 1500 kilotonnes de biomasse par an. Il est également estimé que la biomasse locale, en particulier les coupeaux de bois, wooden chips, si elles aient été pleinement exploitées, représenteraient environ 20% des besoins en biomasse. Monsieur le Vice-président, afin de mettre en œuvre la politique de sortie progressive du charbon dans le cadre national pour la biomasse, mon ministère a sollicité l'assistance technique du mécanisme africain d'appui juridique MAL, bras juridique de la Banque africaine de développement. Le MAL a désigné Trinity International, cabinet d'avocats international spécialisé dans la structuration d'initiatives similaires en Afrique, et Interland Management, expert en biomasse, comme consultant pour ce projet. Mon ministère a entrepris plusieurs actions, notamment une évaluation de l'état des centrales des producteurs indépendants d'électricité, l'approvisionnement en biomasse locale et importée, et 3, la mise en place d'installations de stockage pour la biomasse importée et des investissements nécessaires à la conversion des équipements existants des IPP pour fonctionner à la biomasse. On parle ici de wooden chips. Par ailleurs, une société à vocation spécifique, Mauritius Biomass Fuel Aggregation Limited, MBFL, a été créée avec les IPPs et la SIC comme actionnaires. Cette société sera responsable de l'approvisionnement en biomasse et de toute gestion logistique liée à la manutention portuaire, au regroupement et au transport de la biomasse locale. Monsieur le Vice-président, compte tenu de la disponibilité limitée de la biomasse locale pour remplacer intégralement le charbon, des missions d'études ont été menées en Afrique du Sud, en Namibie, en Eswatini et au Mozambique afin d'évaluer la disponibilité des coupeaux de bois de biomasse présentant les caractéristiques, le volume et les prix souhaités pour Maurice. Il a été confirmé, Monsieur le Vice-président, que le marché sud-africain est bien établi en tant que région de production forestière, de transformation et d'exportation des coupeaux de bois à grande échelle. Jusqu'à 1000 kilotonnes de coupeaux de bois peuvent être importés durablement depuis des ports de Richard Bay et de Durban. Afin d'évaluer la disponibilité du terminal sucrier, donc on parle ici du Shed 2, de Bulk Sugar Terminal, pour le stockage de la biomasse importée, une étude de sécurité et de contamination est en cours. Le rapport est attendu le 25 mai de ce mois-ci. Il est proposé au cours des 2 prochaines années, Monsieur le Vice-président, de remplacer environ 15% du charbon par la biomasse locale et importée. Que 15%. Les producteurs indépendants d'électricité, les IPP, seront tenus de co-combuster, donc de brûler des coupeaux de bois locaux et importés dans les chaudières existantes, moyennant des travaux de rénovation minimes. À titre expérimental, à moyen et long terme, l'abandon progressif du charbon est envisagé sous réserve de développement d'une filière biomasse locale robuste, d'installation de stockage de la biomasse adéquate et d'autres projets de production d'électricité.
The Minister informed the House if his ministry, more precisely the CEV, will use pellet to replace coal in the production of electricity. Thank you.
Monsieur le Vice-président, je dois dire que il y a une différence entre le pellet et les coupeaux de bois, les wooden chips. Hein. À l'île de la Réunion, ils brûlent le pellet. Ils ont les moyens qu'on n'a pas, malheureusement. Les pellets, en brûlant les pellets, l'efficience est bien plus importante, c'est vrai, mais les pellets coûtent peut-être 10 fois plus cher en termes de kilowattheure que les coupeaux de bois. C'est pour cette raison que nous avons pris la décision d'écarter l'utilisation des pellets. On peut trouver les pellets en Afrique du Sud, en Namibie, oui, mais les pellets coûtent extrêmement cher. Donc, l'investissement dans les pellets va coûter extrêmement cher en termes de kilowattheure pour les CIB. C'est pour cette raison que nous sommes partis pour les coupeaux de bois, wooden chips, qui se trouvent ici en Maurice et en Afrique du Sud. Donc, en termes de prix, en termes d'efficience, je pense que le pays gagnera énormément dans cette phasing out du charbon dans les 3 ans à venir, autour de 15%.
Honorable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port and Rosebel.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. PQB 743, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that the newly constructed food court at Roseville has an overall dimension of 47.5 meters by 17.5 meters. The project has been designed to accommodate 2 categories of stallholders. The first category concerns stallholders engaged in cooking food on site and selling directly to the public. For this category, we have 34 stalls have been constructed and each having a dimension of 3.9 meters by 2.2 meters. The second category concerns stallholders involved in the sale of already prepared food and beverages. For this purpose, 36 stalls have been provided, each measuring 1.9 meters by 2.2 meters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I'm informed that the food court is situated at an approximate distance of 40 meters from the existing Dr. James Petit David Market Fair at Roseville. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, prior to embarking on the project, the District Council of Grand-Port held consultation with stallholders of the food section of the Roseville Market Fair on 28 February 2022. During that meeting, the proposed concept and design of the food court were presented to the stallholders. Subsequently, bids were invited through open national bidding on 30 September 2022 for the extension of the Dr. James Petit David Market Fair to accommodate the food court project. The works commenced in January 2023 and were completed in September 2025 at a total cost of 16.8 million rupees. Following completion of this project, another consultative meeting was held on 23rd April 2026 in the presence of the chairperson and officers of the District Council of Grand-Port together with stallholders concerned. Out of 74 stallholders invited, 62 attended the meeting. During discussion, a small number of stallholders raised concern mainly regarding ventilation, ceiling heights, and seating amenities for customers. I am informed that the District Council has already taken note of these observations and is presently undertaking the necessary additional works and adjustment. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that the food court project was initiated mainly to provide a more organized, safer, and dedicated space for food-related activities, particularly in view of the fact that the existing market fare does not presently hold a valid fire certificate, and further informs that there are presently 36 stallholders engaged in cooking food on site, whereas 34 cooking stalls have initially been constructed. In this respect, the Council has already identified 2 additional stalls for extension and conversion so as to fully accommodate all concerned stallholders. As regards the stalls for the sales of already prepared food and beverages such as dal puri, biryani, aluda, juice, and salad, there are 36 stalls available for only 20 existing operators. Subsequently, the District Council of Grand Port proposes to conduct an expression of interest exercise for the remaining stalls after completion of all formalities. For the operation of the food court, the District Council is required to obtain both a health clearance from the Ministry of Health and Wellness and a fire certificate from the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services. Site visits have already been carried out by the relevant authorities, and the Council is presently completing the remaining infrastructural and compliance requirements. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part C of the question, I am informed that the food court has been equipped with the necessary basic infrastructure and amenities, including the water supply, electricity supply, lighting facilities, ventilation arrangement, wastewater disposal system, extractor funds for cooking stall, and parking facilities. Provision has also been made for individual electricity supply to each stall following allocation. In addition, 4 wall fans have already been installed, and the Council is proposing the installation of 8 additional ceiling fans in order to further improve ventilation and comfort for both stallholders and members of the public. Ancillary works related to water, electricity, and wastewater disposal are also being analyzed. I'm informed that toilet facilities are not located directly within the food court itself. However, members of the public and stallholders will have access to existing sanitary facilities situated at the Roseville Market Fair and the Roseville Traffic Center, including facilities for men, women, and persons with disabilities. Necessary repairs work to certain facilities are also being attended to. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am also informed that the draft regulations governing the operation and management of the District Council of the Grand Port, Dr. James Betty David Food Court, have already been prepared and vetted by the legal advisor of the Council and are presently being processed for gazetting. The District Council of Grand Port is proposing to render the food court operational as soon as all remaining minor works and statutory clearance are completed, including the issuance of the fire certificate and health clearance.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a food court by definition ought to make provisions for seating arrangements for customers to sit and eat. Would the Honourable Minister be able to enlighten the House as to whether this newly built food court is equipped with seating arrangements precisely for customers to sit and eat?
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. I am informed that the Council has already taken note of concern raised regarding seating arrangement and is examining additional provision within the space, available space, and in the compliance with safety requirements. So this also has been taken note by the Council.
My question was whether the food court, the newly built food court, has seating arrangements for people to sit and eat.
He said the Council is looking into it.
Is looking into it. Further question, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, does the Honourable Minister find it normal for a newly built food court not to be equipped with toilet facilities so that, as he said himself, customers have to walk all the way to late Dr. James Bertie David Market Fair to have access to toilet facilities?
Honourable Minister.
I just said, Deputy Speaker, sir, it's only from the main market to the food court, we have only 40 meters. So it's not far. And in fact, the toilet for the disabled one is broken. We are all repairing all these for men, women, and disabled one, and repair it. And even you can use for traffic center toilet, and even the main toilet at the Roseville fairs.
Honourable First Member for Peter Rivière du Rapport.
B744.
So, Deputy Speaker, sir, I read a Facebook post from the Honourable Prayat of last Saturday afternoon, that is 3 days ago, thanking me and the NTC for the addition of 9 electric buses to operate from the Rivière-du-Rempart depot. From the photo I saw, he even visited the buses at the depot. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to mention that we could afford to send these 9 new electric buses, which in real terms cost more than 100 million rupees, because they came to us from a fleet of 100 buses evaluated at more than ₹1 billion, generously donated by the Government of India to the Government of Mauritius in 5 batches, the last one of which was delivered on 8 April 2026, last month. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to mention that even before the final handing over of the e-buses by His Excellency Dr. Subramaniam Jaishankar, External Affairs Minister to the Republic of India, on Friday, 9 April 2026, a large number of e-buses were already in operation, and the number increased with each passing week to reach 90 buses today out of the 100 electric buses. The spreading out of these buses among the various depots of the NTC are as follows: 21 at Rémy Ollier Depot, 41 from Latour-Kénic Depot, 19 from Forestside Depot, and 9 from Rivière-du-Rempart Depot, which I just mentioned. These buses are already providing services along 10 routes, which ply from Rémy Ollier Depot, 13 routes from Latour-Kénic Depot, 6 routes from Forestside Depot, and 4 routes from Rivière-du-Rempart Depot. The deployment of the 10 remaining electric buses will continue under a phased hybrid model combining both diesel and e-buses to ensure optimal service. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part A of the question, I am informed that all the 100 e-buses will be fully operational by June 2026, meaning next month. In regard to part B of the question, I have to point out that the Government of the Republic of India has donated 20 electric chargers along with the 100 e-buses. 2 chargers have already been installed at Rémy Ollier Depot and 7 at Latour-Kénic Depot. 2 additional chargers are currently being installed by the Indian authorities at Latour-Kénic Depot. The installation works are nearing completion and will be most probably be completed this week. I am given to understand that the remaining chargers would be installed at the Forestside Depot by the end of June 2026, next month. And with this, the operationalization of the 100 electric buses will be completed.
Yes.
Thank you, Minister. Is the ministry considering to train all staff, I mean mechanical repair staff for different depots to be able to repair these electric buses in their own depots, minor repairs if in case they fall, if they break down?
Yes, I am given to understand that training is ongoing and also capacity building is being done by the Indian side as well.
Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Flack and Bolakai.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B745.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that Mrs. LP joined as the Director of FIU on 4 March 2025. With regard to part A of the question, the terms and conditions of her appointment are as follows. She draws a monthly salary of 161,100 rupees, a salary compensation of 3,400 rupees, a petrol allowance of 18,415 rupees, and a phone allowance amounting to 1,500 rupees. Second, she uses the car, an organization's car, and the services of a driver of the FIU. Third, she earns passage benefit at the rate of 5% per annum of her annual salary drawn. She is also eligible for a gratuity of 2 months salary payable after completion of 12-month satisfactory service, and she's eligible for loan facilities of a maximum of 12-month salary at interest rate of 4% per annum, refundable in 48 monthly installments subject to production of a bank guarantee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, the FIU informed that the director has up to date attended 8 missions since her appointment, which has cost 1,532,900 rupees. I am hereby tabling the details regarding the mission attended and the costs incurred for each mission in terms of air ticket, per diem, and other allowances.
Yes, sir,
Can the Honorable Minister suggest that will she consider resigning to follow the steps of her husband?
I will ask her.
The Honorable Third Member for Bobassa, Petite Rivière.
B746.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Mauritius Recreational Council, a parastatal body falling under my ministry, was established under the Mauritius Recreational Council Act 2021. It is responsible for the promotion and organization of recreational activities in Mauritius. Activities, programs, and events are organized by the Council with fundings granted by my ministry and the allotted fund. It is to be noted that the MRC has been organizing activities in different parts of the island in line with its objectives as per Section 4 of the Mauritius Recreational Council Act 2021. The activities organized by the MRC encompass recreational, sports, and leisure opportunities and are structured to ensure that individuals of different age groups can participate meaningfully. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the MRC has organized activities in many regions which were not touched before. The Council has also collaborates with the NGOs, associations, clubs, and other bodies for the organization of activities. I'm informed by the Mauritius Recreational Council that since 1st July 2025 to date, 23 activities, programs, and events have been organized across the island. The total cost for these activities has been met fully under the budget of the MRC to a tune of 5.54 million. However, I'm also informed that MRC has collaborated with other associations, agencies, NGOs for the organization of the other 127 recreational sports and leisure activities around the island. Regarding the nature of these activities, venue where activities are organized by the MRC, as well as those organized by other organizations, and within the MRC collaborated, along with a number of participants and the NGOs, associations, clubs, or other bodies, and the financial contribution and sponsorship received. I'm tabling the details thereof.
L'honorable ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre quelles mesures ont été prises pour assurer la transparence dans l'octroi des contrats, tels que la location d'équipements et prestations de services liés aux activités organisées?
Funds distributed by the Mauritius Recreational Council for the conduct of activities, they are the procurement officers that deal with the procurement, and all activities are well managed within the council.
Monsieur le vice-président, l'honorable ministre peut-il nous dire si une évaluation indépendante a été effectuée afin de mesurer l'impact de ces programmes sur la jeunesse, en particulier dans les régions affectées par le fléau de la drogue?
I'm going to table the list of activities that has been done throughout the MRC, and the honorable member will acknowledge what activities has been done first and where the activities has been done. If we go through the papers that I'm going to table, it will go and find out what we have been done.
Si vous me permettez,
Une
une dernière question, mais aussi je souhaiterais revenir sur la réponse de l'honorable ministre. Ma question est simple. Je lui ai demandé, est-ce qu'une évaluation indépendante a été effectuée pour mesurer l'impact réel des programmes, des activités qui ont été organisées, en particulier dans les régions affectées par le fléau de la drogue? Il a répondu totalement à côté. Je passe à la prochaine question. Peut-il préciser quels critères sont utilisés pour sélectionner les ONG, associations et clubs bénéficiant d'une collaboration avec le Mauritius Recreation Council?
This organization has been already established in the past, and we are working with this organization. And I'm going to table what the honorable member is saying. I'm not going à côté de la plaque. Et vous allez voir vous-même avec vos preuves. Vous allez voir, c'est tellement volumineux. C'est tellement volumineux que je ne peux pas prendre le temps de la chambre. Que je vais prendre le temps de la chambre pour dire un par un. Allez voir vous-même l'honorable membre. Et puis vous allez.
Thank you. The Honorable Second Member for Mayberg and Belmayon.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B747.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the Chief Fire Officer that the relocation of the Maibu station has been under the consideration for several years in view of the operational needs to provide a more adequate, accessible, strategically located facility to better serve the region of Maibu, Ile-Maurice, Beauvallon, and surrounding areas. I'm informed that in 2017, the Ministry of Local Government requested the Ministry of Housing and Land to identify an appropriate plot of land of an extent of approximately 1 acre for the relocation of fire station from Maibu to Beauvallon or its periphery. I'm further informed that a plot of land adjoining the Beauvallon football ground had initially been identified for that purpose. However, despite consultation and negotiation carried out at the level of the relevant authorities, the owner of the land, namely Compagnie de Beauvallon Limited, was not agreeable to release the land. Consequently, the proposed acquisition process could not be finalized and alternative options had to be explored. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following further consultation held in December 2025 and on 16 January 2026, with the Ministry of Housing and Land and other stakeholders, a site visit was carried out on the 20 January 2026 in the presence of representatives of my ministry, the Ministry of Housing and Land, the Ministry of National Infrastructure, the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Service, and representative of Compagnie de Beauvallon Limited. I am informed that following these consultation and site assessment, 2 alternative sites situated along the Ile-Maurice Maibu 810 road at Beauvallon were identified as being potentially suitable for the relocation of the Maibu fire station. The first proposed site of an extent of approximately 1 acre is located near the Sea Lab Beauvallon and adjoining the Muga Beauvallon and is owned by Compagnie de Beauvallon Limited. The second proposed site of an extent of approximately 1.15 acre is located opposite the Silla Beauvallon near the roundabout area and is owned by King Savers Limited. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that following consultation with the architect of the Ministry of National Infrastructure and relevant technical authorities, both sites may be considered for the construction of the new fire station, subject to the requirement technical clearance and statutory approvals from the relevant authorities, including the Land Drainage Authority, the Road Development Authority, the Traffic Management and Road Safety Unit, and other concerned agencies. In order to proceed with the project in coordinated and transparent manner, the Fire and Rescue Service addressed a formal correspondence on 28 January 2026 to the Ministry of Housing and Land, requesting that clearances, technical views, and evaluation exercise be initiated in respect of both sites in parallel so as to facilitate an informed decision regarding the eventual acquisition of the most appropriate site. I am further informed that following a reminder issued on 15 May 2026, the Ministry of Housing and Land confirms that the views of the relevant authorities has been received at its level, including the views of the Land Drainage Authority, which were communicated on the 11th May 2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that the Ministry of Housing and Land is expected to convene a technical meeting with all stakeholders concerned so that a final assessment may be carried out and a clear and reasoned decision may be taken regarding the most suitable site for the relocation of the Maybury fire station prior to the initiation of the land acquisition procedures. A further joint site visit is also expected to be carried out with all the authorities concerned, and the Honourable Member and his two colleagues of his constituency will be invited accordingly. As regard to the implementation time frame of the project, same will depend on the completion of the land acquisitions procedures, the outcome of the technical clearance, geotechnical assessment, and other statutory and administrative requirements connected with the selected site. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to reassure the House that relevant ministries and authorities are actively pursuing the matter so that the relocation project may be proceeded within the shortest possible delay once all procedures and approvals have been completed. Thank you.
Honourable Second Member for Belarus Calbourne.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. B749.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Taxi Operators Welfare Fund was established pursuant to the coming into operation of the Taxi Operators Welfare Fund Act 2021, with the objective of promoting the advancement and welfare of the taxi operators and their families. The fund became fully operative as from January 2022. By virtue of Section 5 of the TWOF Act, the fund is administered by and managed by a board of the composition of which is governed by Section 5.2 of the Act. The board consists of a part-time chairperson and 4 representatives of taxi operators, as well as 3 members representing different ministries, as mentioned in the Act. In addition, a secretary provides administrative support to the board. With regard to Part A of the question, I am informed that the fees payable to the chairperson and members of the board are determined by the Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reforms. The part-time chairperson of the fund is eligible to a monthly fee of 22,000 rupees, while each member is paid a fee of 1,500 rupees per sitting up to a maximum of 3,000 rupees per month, as well as traveling allowance of 375 rupees for each sitting, where applicable. The secretary is paid a fee of 1,650 per sitting and up to a maximum of 3,003 rupees, 3.3K per month. The TOWF was reconstituted on 20 June 2025 for a period of 2 years. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the TOWF has no permanent staff under its establishment. Currently, the TWOF is being manned by officers of my ministry, with 1 officer assigned the duties of administrative officer against the payment of an allowance, as approved by the Ministry of Public Service and Administrative Reform, and 7 other staff of the General Administration cadre against payment of appropriate allowances. As regards Part B of the question, I am informed that since it's the inception of the fund up to 30th April 2026, a total sum of 2.86 million rupees has been disbursed as remuneration, detailed as follows: 2.863321.05 to be precise. 2.863 million 321 rupees 0.05 cents. Attendance fees to chairperson and members 721,940 rupees. Allowances to administrative staff 921,527 and 81 cents to the rupee. overtime payment, 1.228 million rupees, 264.84. Out of the amount of overtime payment, Deputy Speaker, sir, which is part of the substantive question, a staggering sum of 1.13.011 million rupees was allocated to the then administrative manager, that is prior to the 2024 general election. I wish to point out that since the new board was reconstituted, to date, overtime amounting to only 62,565 only has been paid to the administrative staff for clearing a backlog which cropped up due to the fact that there was no board sittings between September 2024 all the way to October 2025. 166 applications received during that period from taxi operators were processed through overtime performance, and a sum of 3.45 million rupees was consequently disbursed as support to taxi operators. Deputy Speaker, sir, when the board of the TWOF was reconstituted in April last year, I met with all the members and outlined what I expected from their management of the fund. I also broadly charted out the host of responsibilities devolving on them to meet the legitimate expectation of the taxi operators. Some 10 months have elapsed, and I take note grievances are still being voiced out by some operators on radios and other media on the lack of communication from the fund on existing welfare schemes, on delays in the processing of applications, and also on the absence of schemes they consider essential to meet their operational needs. As I take note of these grievances, I expect the members of the fund to take quick measures to make the fund more responsive institution. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Je remercie le ministre pour sa réponse. Le ministre peut-il expliquer à la Chambre comment une telle somme, il est question d'un montant, il vient de préciser, d'un montant de plus d'1 million de roupies pour des heures supplémentaires, mais comment une telle somme a été autorisée et précisée s'il estime qu'il y a eu abus ou absence de contrôle dans ce dossier? Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I was quite astonished to see the figure as well. If I take the previous manager and today's manager, the previous manager has drawn 92% of the total overtime paid, and the current manager has drawn only 8%. So there is something quite awkward there. We'll have to probe into and see what went wrong there, because this money belongs to the taxi operators.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président. En tout cas, le ministre Ganou, excusez-moi, mais il a fait fort. Hein. Le ministre peut-il indiquer à la Chambre si cette situation ne nécessite-t-elle pas l'ouverture d'une enquête? De nombreux chauffeurs de taxi de ma circonscription, de notre circonscription, sont concernés dans cette affaire. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Deputy Speaker, in the interest of the taxi community, I will ask the internal control unit of my ministry to probe into this anomaly and come up with a report on this.
Yes, you have a question?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Does the minister still consider to make this fund, this contribution, optional as discussed in several meetings at his ministry, and or attach any benefit when taxi drivers are paying such funds? Thank you.
Deputy Speaker, sir, out of the 7,208 something...
Try to be very brief with your answer, because this question has nothing to do with the main question.
If we do this, if we make it optional, the fund will collapse.
Okay. Thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Bobassa, Petite Rivière.
B750.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, youth development remains a key national priority for government, and my ministry continues to implement programs aimed at promoting youth empowerment, leadership, social responsibility, and national cohesion. My ministry is proposing to establish a national cadet corps in Mauritius, inspired by the successful model of the National Cadet Corps of India, which has been operational since 1948 and has proven effective in promoting discipline, leadership, civic responsibility, and patriotism. Among youth, several Commonwealth countries have adopted the NCC concept to suit their national realities and have achieved positive outcomes in youth engagement and leadership development. The proposed establishment of a national cadet scope in Mauritius is very important as it intends to provide a structured platform for inculcating discipline, leadership, citizenship, patriotism, and civic responsibility among youth. This program would aim at promoting characters building, social responsibility, teamwork, and community service while helping young people develop resilience, self-confidence, and respect for national institutions. It will also contribute towards strengthening social cohesion and encouraging youth participation in nation-building activities. In this context, Mr. Deputy Speaker, my ministry started consultation in 2025 with the Indian Ministry of Defense through the High Commission of India in Mauritius. The Indian authorities recommended that a study be undertaken by high-level officers to the NCC India in order to obtain first-hand exposure to the structured administration training program and operational framework of the Indian NCC prior to any decision of implementation in Mauritius. Following government approval in November 2025 and the availability of the Indian authorities, a high-level delegation proceeded to the NCC India from 19 to 25 April 2026. The delegation comprised the acting permanent secretary of my ministry, who had the delegation, a deputy commissioner of police, and the advisor in social and political matters of my ministry. The high-level delegation through this visit was tasked to gain an understanding of the structure and management of the Indian NCC model, obtain information and discuss on curriculum design, training modules, and cadet progression systems, identified areas where technical and material assistance may be required, assess the budgetary implication for implementation in Mauritius, identify potential implementation risks and challenges, propose an appropriate structure for the NCC adapted to the Mauritian context, and identify elements for the drafting of a memorandum of understanding between Mauritius and India for collaboration in the implementation of the proposed NCC in Mauritius. Exchanges in India took place with the top hierarchical officers of the NCC and were very productive. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard part B of the question, the cost of the air ticket and the relevant allowances of officers of my ministry were met under the approved budgetary provision of the ministry, while the airfares along with the relevant allowances for the police officers, for the officers from the Mauritius Police Force, was borne by the police department accommodation and inland transportation costs for the high-level delegation were met by the Indian authorities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in as far as part C of the question is concerned, I'm informed that the mission report, including key findings and recommendations, is at a drafting stage. The signing of the memorandum of understanding with the Indian authorities for technical cooperation and guidance is also being proposed. Discussions are currently being pursued with the Indian side prior to finalize the MOU. I'm further informed that the Indian authorities have expressed their willingness to extend technical and material support in areas such as provision of technical expertise for curriculum design, training and implementation, capacity building and consultancy support, assistance with uniforms and basic equipment, and facilitation of exchange program and cadre visit. This area of cooperation would ultimately be considered within the framework of the proposed memorandum of understanding between the two countries. Further, consultation will also be undertaken with all relevant stakeholders in Mauritius and also with the Indian authorities before final recommendations are submitted to government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that in order to guide preliminary works on the project, my ministry will proceed with the setting up a steering committee at its level comprising representatives from the Mauritius Police Force, the Mauritius Fire and Rescue Services, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center, the National Youth Council, and other ministries, departments as may be required. Same has already been approved by government in November 2025. A meeting of this steering committee will soon be held. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the proposed establishment of a national cadets court in Mauritius is an important and sensitive initiative which requires careful consultation, proper planning, and broad institutional coordination. My ministry is therefore proceeding in a responsible and consultative manner to ensure that any proposed framework is adapted to the Mauritian context and serves the best interests of our youth and the country as a whole. The more so when our youth are facing so many challenges, any MOU to be signed needs full consideration and consultation and should follow the necessary procedures.
Monsieur le Vice-président, tout en constatant le côté positif de ce programme, s'il est bien implémenté, je voudrais cependant demander à l'honorable ministre pourquoi il a préféré déléguer son advisor, de surcroît un agent politique, au lieu d'un technicien de la section jeunesse de son ministère. Doit-on déduire que c'est son advisor qui par la suite va implémenter le programme à la place des techniciens de la section jeunesse de son ministère?
Honorable member should be aware that all policy decisions are taken by my ministry. And to form part of a delegation, we know who is the competent people who can advise us when they come back to Mauritius. So we have no lesson to take from anybody else. We have the permanent secretary who led the delegation. Mr. Dorma Muche is an advisor in social and political matters. He's called upon to assist and advise me on the impact of this project. And the Dorma Muche has a track record. If the honorable member will find out, you will find that he has a track record. He has even worked for the ex-prime minister who is sitting here in this August Assembly. He has been an advisor for that minister. So before you put a question, you should know beforehand that people who can contribute for the country. It might be an advisor, but the knowledge he has, the knowledge he's going to share among us, this is the priority of all. Everything that you ask nowadays, all questions that you ask about somebody, an advisor, political, everybody do political in this country. So, am I going to be ashamed to send someone who is politically...
Okay, Honorable Minister, I think you have answered the question.
So next time, I would ask you, please, do your homework before you come to the house.
Monsieur le Vice-président, je n'ai aucune leçon à recevoir de l'honorable
Put your
ministre.
question.
Et j'aimerais qu'il nous dise, il a parlé de personnes compétentes. Est-ce qu'il veut dire qu'au niveau des techniciens de la section jeunesse de son ministère, il n'y a pas de personnes compétentes capables d'être déléguées et par la suite venir implémenter le programme? Je le dis, je le répète, il est positif. Je n'ai absolument rien contre le programme, mais comment se fait-il qu'on oublie qu'on a des techniciens qui par la suite vont venir implémenter le programme?
Probably one day when you become Minister of Youth and Sport, you can choose whoever you want. But as regards now what decision we have taken the right choice. The implementation is going on, and then we are going to seek for a.
The Honorable Second Member for Grand Pépou de l'eau.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. B751.
Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne la partie A de la question, je suis informé par le CEB que le solde découvert bancaire au 30 avril 2026 était de 2,6 milliards de roupies, dont 750 millions de prêts sur le marché monétaire. J'ai également été informé que dans le but de réduire ses frais d'intérêt bancaire, le CEB a refinancé une partie de son découvert bancaire en contractant 2 prêts à terme de 2 milliards de roupies mauriciennes chacun auprès d'abord de la SBM, ensuite de Afraja Bank. Monsieur le Vice-président, en ce qui concerne la partie B de la question, j'ai été informé que le CEB a contracté des prêts bancaires suivants pour financer des investissements. A, un prêt d'un montant de 322 millions de roupies auprès de l'Export and Import Bank of India le 2 août 2021 pour la mise en place d'une centrale photovoltaïque de 8 MW à Anyeta. B, un prêt de 110 millions de USD le 21 juillet 2023 auprès de la Banque africaine de développement pour le financement d'un projet de 10 postes de transformation des GIS, des bushings, pour pouvoir mettre de l'énergie renouvelable ou d'autres énergies sur notre réseau. J'ai été informé que le solde total des prêts au 30 avril 2026 se levait à 3,3 milliards de roupies pour les prêts étrangers. Comme je l'ai indiqué précédemment, Monsieur le Vice-président, le CEB a contracté des prêts locaux aussi, d'un montant total de 4 milliards de roupies auprès de l'Afaja Bank et de la State Bank of Mauritius.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker, sir. Can the Honorable Minister inform the House how the CB in 2022, with a surplus of around 7 billion rupees, not million rupees, billion rupees, has ended today with a deficit of around billion rupees? How?
Monsieur le Vice-président, on peut dire que, pour répondre à l'honorable membre, c'est que ils ont bangolé l'argent de la population. Pour vous donner une partie de ce qui a été fait dans le passé par le chef du département démantèlement des finances, l'ancien ministre des Finances, Padayachi, qui s'asseyait ici, pour vous dire, Monsieur le Vice-président, en quelques semaines, et je pense que c'est important de rétablir certaines choses aujourd'hui en ce qui concerne les finances du CEB. Il est vrai de dire que juste avant les dernières élections générales, personnellement, j'avais fait des déclarations concernant la baisse des tarifs de l'électricité de 15%. Cela a été redit en boucle sur les réseaux sociaux. C'est important aujourd'hui à l'Assemblée nationale de rétablir certaines choses. J'ai été voir, comme nommé ministre par le Premier ministre, j'ai été voir les finances du CEB pour me demander comment faire pour effectivement baisser les tarifs d'électricité. Laissez-moi, Monsieur le Président, avec votre permission, dire à la population en quelques paragraphes ce que l'ancien ministre des Finances, avec la complicité de l'ancien Premier ministre et l'ancien ministre de l'Énergie, ils ont fait avec le démantèlement quelques semaines de l'argent du CEB. Le 29 novembre 2021 à midi, 700 millions de roupies ont été retirés des comptes du CEB. pour être transférés dans le Consolidated Fund à l'initiative de l'ancien ministre des Finances, Renganaden Padayachi, avec l'aval du gouvernement MSM. Le même jour, à 17h de l'après-midi, des instructions sont données par le ministère des Finances pour un retrait de 600 millions de roupies des comptes du CEB, l'argent que j'allais utiliser pour baisser les tarifs de l'électricité, soit 1,3 milliard de roupies en un seul jour, le 29 novembre 2021, 1,3 milliard de roupies prélevées en une seule journée dans les comptes du CEB, l'argent de la population. Monsieur le vice-président, le 24 décembre, alors que tout le monde, le 24 décembre 2021, tout le monde se préparait pour fêter la fête de Noël le lendemain. Le 24 décembre à 4 heures de l'après-midi, ils ne sont pas partis à la maison, ils sont toujours au bureau le 24 décembre 2021. Le ministre des Finances, recevant des instructions de l'ancien Premier ministre, donne des instructions au ministre du temps d'alors, Johnny Jonga, pour transférer 300 millions de roupies de l'argent du CEB, puis 900 millions de roupies le même jour, 1,2 milliard supplémentaires prélevés en l'espace de quelques heures à la veille de la fête de Noël des comptes du CEB. Et aujourd'hui, j'entends l'honorable Padayachi, l'ancien ministre des Finances, venir nous accuser que nous avons imprimé de l'argent, alors qu'il a dévalisé les comptes du CEB. Malheureusement, monsieur le vice-président, ce n'est pas tout. Le 28 janvier 2022, dans l'après-midi, le ministère des Finances, avec M. Padayachi, donnait encore des instructions au CEB pour transférer cette fois-ci 500 millions de roupies pour envoyer dans le Consolidated Fund. Au total, monsieur le vice-président, l'honorable membre me posait la question, comment est-ce possible que nous sommes sortis en 2022 à 7 milliards de roupies de surplus, ou à 2024 à des déficits, alors que nous, dans l'opposition, on se disait qu'on allait utiliser cet argent-là pour baisser l'électricité. J'ai posé la question à l'honorable Padayachi quand j'étais assis ici dans l'opposition. Et il m'avait dit, oui, effectivement, nous pensons à transférer 3,2 milliards. Au total, c'est 3,6 milliards de roupies qui ont été siphonnés en quelques semaines, selon un calendrier qui interroge autant que les montants eux-mêmes. Les coupables, à mon avis, pour ce que nous n'avons pas pu, baisser les tarifs d'électricité, les coupables, l'ancien Premier ministre, l'ancien ministre des Finances et l'ancien ministre de l'Énergie.
Question B, 752, s'il vous plaît.
Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, before replying to the substance of the question, allow me to provide a brief background for the benefit of the House. In June 2025, China announced the introduction of a new trade framework called the Framework Agreement on Economic Partnership for Shared Development with African Countries. The new trade framework proposed to extend a zero tariff treatment on 100% of tariff lines to 53 African countries for their exports to China following bilateral negotiations with each of them. On the 28th of April 2026, China issued an announcement that it will unilaterally grant the zero tariff treatment to 20 African countries having diplomatic relations with it, but which are not classified as least developed countries, without the need for bilateral negotiations. The 20 African countries include Mauritius, and the zero tariff treatment is applicable for a 2-year period as from the 1st of May 2026 to the 30th of April 2028. Thus, Mauritian exporters can already take advantage of the zero tariff treatment on all the exports to China as from the 1st of May 2026, subject to applicable rules of origin. Within the 2-year implementation period of the zero tariff treatment, that is from the 1st of May 2026, Mauritius will have to negotiate and upgrade its current FTA with China. As the House is aware, Mauritius signed a free trade agreement with China in October 2019, which entered into force on the 1st of January 2021. The purpose of the upgrade is to ensure that we continue to benefit from the zero tariff treatment for our exports to China and to ensure long-term predictability and consistency with the World Trade Organization rules. One of our main exports to China is sugar, and for this product, we are informed by the Chinese side that the tariff rate quota, the TRQ, of 50,000 tons currently granted to Mauritian sugar under the FTA will be maintained as granted under the FTA, with 15% duty in quota instead of the normal tariff of 50%. We are also informed that Mauritian exporters will have the option to choose between the preferential tariff treatment under the existing FTA or the new zero tariff treatment. The choice will depend on the most commercially advantageous option for our exporters, but will remain subject to compliance with the applicable rules of origins under each arrangement. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, a key feature of the zero tariff measure is cumulation. This means that producers can source inputs from eligible African countries having an agreement with China for manufacturing in Mauritius and exporting duty-free to China as an originating product. This extensively enlarges our source of inputs for manufacturing locally. It is to be noted that since the zero tariff measure is new, Mauritius is in constant communication with the Chinese authorities to seek additional information pertaining to the modalities and operational procedures and details. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, having provided the background, let me now respond to part A of the question by saying that the zero tariff treatment granted by the People's Republic of China as from the 1st of May 2026 is unilateral, and therefore Mauritius is not required to reciprocate the zero tariff treatment. As regards part B1 of the question, the current FTA between Mauritius and China is the first of its kind that China has concluded with an African country. The FTA is indeed beneficial to Mauritius. Under the FTA, China has committed to eliminate tariffs on 8,547 tariff lines on goods over a period of 7 years. The concession covers a wide range of products, including garments, frozen fish, paints, wines and spirits, dairy products, and chemicals. In addition, China has granted Mauritius an export quota of 50,000 tons of sugar at a preferential tariff rate of 15% instead of the normal rate of 50%. Mauritius, for its part, has provided China with duty-free access on 192 tariff lines and reduced tariffs on a further 51 tariff lines. The House may wish to note that at the time the FTA was signed, approximately 93% of our tariff lines were already duty-free to all countries. It is also worth noting that China was already the main import market of Mauritius even prior to the FTA coming into force. It is the hope that this new measure and the eventual upgraded FTA can contribute meaningfully in reducing the trade deficit that we currently have with China. With regards to the impact of the FTA on local businesses, I wish to inform the House that since the entry into force of the FTA in 2021 until 6th of May 2026, total exports to China under the FTA amounted to 1.75 billion rupees. While trade flows have fluctuated over the years, exports to China under the FTA have recently shown an increase from some 126 million rupees in 2024 to 449 million rupees in 2025. The main export products include textile products and sugar. The significant increase in the export data from 2024 to 2025 is mainly due to export of sugar to China under the TRQ. The House may note that 14 local businesses are currently exporting their products to China under the FTA. Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, in terms of impact on local producers, the FTA has created new export opportunities, especially for sugar and textile products. There remains further export potentials for products such as fresh agricultural produce, seafood, and special sugar. Discussions are ongoing with stakeholders to identify additional products for export to China and to address implementation challenges with a view to help them take full advantage of the FTA. Another concrete outcome of the FTA has been the establishment of the China-Mauritius Renminbi Clearing Center in June 2025. This center, which is based in Mauritius, greatly facilitates payment systems for business operators dealing with China, thereby reducing transaction cost. May I be allowed, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, to have a sip of water? Concerning part B2 of the question, I wish to inform the House that, as per information provided by the Ministry of Finance, the duty concessions relating to trade in goods under the FTA cover only import duties, that is, tariffs, and are not applicable to excise duties. Consequently, there is no revenue foregone in terms of excise duties arising from the implementation of the FTA. However, regarding import duties, the total amount foregone as at date is around 330 million rupees. However, I need also to state that import duties paid under MFN, that is, goods that are not eligible under the FTA, for period 1st of January, for period 1st of January 2020 to May 2026, we have collected approximately 3 billion rupees. So, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, to conclude, I wish to add that trade is not only about revenue generation or revenue loss. It is much more than that. It is conventional wisdom that free trade contributes to the welfare of consumers in terms of wider choice and more competitive pricing. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable John.
Thank you. Can the Honorable Minister inform the House whether, following this agreement, are we importing more and more from China, or it is more or less the same?
As I've said, we are currently negotiating the new FTA framework. There are currently 2 officers who are in China, and they are having a training session, and they are being trained on the implementation of the new FTA. Once they are back, negotiations will follow, and then we'll decide whether we'll go ahead with the new FTA or not.
The Honorable Second Member for Warwick.
Thank you. B stroke 753.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the State Trading Corporation that the monthly consumption of long grain white rice amounts to 1,650 metric tons in Mauritius and 400 metric tons in Rodrigues. With regard to part A of the question, I am informed that for the period of 1st November 2025 to January 2026, the buying prices of long grain white rice per metric ton on a cost and freight basis were as follows. The price of long grain white rice in 25 kg bags is 398 USD per metric ton, while that in 5 kg packs is 428 USD per metric ton. This is an average equivalent to 26 rupees and 22 cents per kilogram, resulting in an estimated subsidy of 380 million rupees for the period July 2025 to June 2026, based on a total estimated quantity of 25,000 metric ton over this period. The maximum retail price for 500 grams is 5 rupees and 40 cents. 2.5 kilo is 28 rupees. 5 kg is 56 rupees. And 25 kg is 270 rupees. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I am further informed by the STC that the current stock for Mauritius is 3,511 metric ton, which represents 70 days consumption as at 18th of May 2026. The stock of long-grain white rice for Rodrigues as at 18th May 2026 was 565 metric tons, representing 45 days consumption. A next shipment of 200 metric tons of long-grain white rice is expected to reach Rodrigues around 11th of June 2026. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to part B1, I'm given to understand that the long-grain white rice procured by STC is stored in Shed A warehouse in Mer Rouge, Port-Louis in Mauritius, with storage capacity of 5,500 metric tons. And in STC granary with storage capacity of 900 metric tons at Port Maturin in Rodrigues. In order to ensure quality assurance of long-grain white rice, the STC regularly carries out fumigation exercises in both warehouses, that is in Shed A warehouse in Port-Louis, Mauritius, and in the granary warehouse at Port Maturin in Rodrigues. Furthermore, both warehouses are kept well ventilated so as to minimize moisture, humidity level therein. With regards to part B2, I am informed that to ascertain the quality of a strategic commodity in line with the provision made in the bidding document for long-grain white rice, each supplier of long-grain white rice is mandatorily required to submit to the STC the undermentioned documents prior to any consignment reaching Port-Louis, Mauritius. 1. A health certificate certifying that the rice is fit for human consumption, issued by a public body or its authorized agency in the country of supply. 2. Pre-shipment inspection certificate, issued by an independent and internationally recognized inspections agency like SGS or Bureau Veritas. 3. Fumigation certificate, issued by a public body or its authorized agency in the country of supply. 4. Phytosanitary certificate, issued by a public body in the country of supply. And 5. Container cleanliness certificate, issued by independent and internationally recognized inspection agency, presently SGS and Bureau Veritas.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Honorable Minister. Will the Honorable Minister inform the House as to where matters stand with regards to the construction of the new STC warehouse in Rodrigues? If you have information.
In fact, I met the Chief Commissioner of Rodrigues last week. We had a meeting and we are discussing about the warehouse, and he will try to identify a place to allocate it to the State Trading Corporation.
Will the Honorable Minister agree to request, despite his good answers, a thorough investigations following various complaints received regards to the quality of ration rice when cooked, what we call in the local language, jiri labu, the cuisine labu. And then, despite the remarkable and appreciated efforts by MSCL to ship rice to Rodrigues in brand new containers.
I will check with the STC whether the quality is okay right now, and I will revert back to you.
The Honorable Third Member for voting.
Thank you, sir. B755.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for this question, a very topical one indeed. Mauritius has, over the recent years, experienced a rapid increase in the use of digital technologies and online platforms. While these platforms offer many benefits, they also expose users, especially our children and youth, to significant risks, including cyberbullying, harassment, sextortion, scams, exploitation, and child pornography. Every single online harm on our children is far too many, and it is our duty to protect our children from such ills. This situation today has become unacceptable. In the first 4 months of this year only, there have been 81 reported cases of online harms caused to our children under the age of 16. In other words, every 3 days, there have been 2 children falling victim to online harms. And in some cases, cyberbullying incidents have had severe consequences, including tragic loss of life among young people. The impact of social media on mental health and well-being of our young people is receiving increasing international attention. In April 2026, the World Health Organization highlighted that certain patterns of technology and social media use may contribute to risks such as anxiety, depression, sleep disorder, particularly among vulnerable young people. Several countries, including Australia, have introduced or are considering restrictions on access to social media platforms for children under the age of 16. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to refer to the reply given by my colleague, Honorable Ganga Prasad, to PQ B99 on 24th March 2026, in which he stated that his ministry, with the support of mine, had launched an awareness campaign on cyberbullying. I also refer to my reply PQB17 from Honorable Sabapati on 24th March 2026, where I outlined the measures my ministry took and further intends to take to address the growing concerns about the risks and harmful effects faced by young people on social media. As mentioned in my reply on 24th March, my ministry, together with the ICTA, has taken steps to reduce children's exposure to harmful and illegal contents on the internet. Accordingly, in December 2025, a child online protection measure which provides easy-to-use parental control solutions was launched by 3 internet service providers, namely MTEL Limited, Mauritius Telecom Limited, and Mahanagar Telephone Mauritius Limited. On Monday, 11th of May, we launched together with Mauritius Telecom Phase 2 of Child Online Protection, which gives further governance powers to parents to remotely administer the mobile phones of their children. This allows a parent to remotely switch off the mobile phone of the child or control which applications will this child have access to and during which time band. This will go a long way in empowering parents to provide additional protection to their children. Further, my ministry has initiated preliminary consultations with various stakeholders on delaying access to social media for children below the age of 16 for stronger online protection for children. The consultations, along with the experience of Australia, have highlighted several challenges, including the need for reliable technical ecosystem for age verification process, compliance with data protection requirements, cooperation from social media platform owners, and the prevention of the use of virtual private networks to bypass restriction are some of the challenges. Although Mauritius has already established laws such as Data Protection Act, the Information and Communication Technologies Act, the Children's Act, and the Cyber Security and Cybercrime Act, there is currently no specific provision regarding access to social media platform based on age. In fact, those platforms, they actually ask the age of the applicant or the user. Below 13, they do not allow access, but children tend to give ages that don't reflect their actual age. Mauritius is therefore likely to face similar implementation challenges as Australia if access to social media platforms were to be delayed for children under a certain age. Discussions are well underway in order to gauge the position and views of relevant stakeholders to understand the benefits and challenges of such an approach in Mauritius. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, no final official position has currently been taken. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The Honorable Third Member for Porty South, Porty Central.
B756, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that at present, persons with disabilities are entitled to an invalid basic pension or a disability allowance after an assessment is carried out by a medical board which falls under the aegis of the medical unit of my ministry. The basic invalid pension is granted based on the degree of disability associated with the medical condition for a definite period ranging from 1 year to 5 years, and in some cases, permanently. In regard to Part A of the question, the number of beneficiaries of invalidity pension, as well as the number of cases where payment thereof has been stopped for the period of January 2024 to December 2025 on a yearly basis is as follows. Year 2024, the total number of beneficiaries were 31,904, and the total number of beneficiaries whose pension have been stopped is 4,168. For 2025, the total number of beneficiaries were 31,262, and the total number of beneficiaries whose pension have been stopped was 3,801. The possible reasons for pensions to be being stopped are as follows. The applicant no more meets the criteria set out in the present medical guidelines, and these vary from case to case. B, the beneficiaries are granted basic invalid pension for a defined period without reboarding reassessment, such as pacemaker, fracture, etc. C, some beneficiaries did not appear at the medical board for renewal despite being convened and reconvened twice. Some beneficiaries reach pension age and thus receive basic retirement pension. E, some beneficiaries have passed away. F, some beneficiaries are abroad for a period of more than 6 months. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B, first I am informed that all applications for invalidity pension are examined by a medical board consisting of 2 general practitioners in accordance with the existing medical guidelines. All applications, including of long-term chronic diseases, acquired long-term disabilities, or inborn disorders, are assessed based on the degree of disability associated with the medical condition and not on the basis of the medical condition itself. In this respect, applications are not allowed or discontinued where the degree of disability assessed does not meet the prescribed threshold in the medical guidelines. Those suffering from mild or moderate disabilities usually do not satisfy the eligibility criteria and hence are not allowed when boarded or assessed. Precise statistics as requested by the Honourable Member of the number of persons suffering from long-term chronic diseases, acquired long-term disabilities, and inborn disorders who have been rejected, that is disallowed or discontinued, are not available at this stage. The specific data disaggregation and collection is being reorganized. However, I can give the Honourable Member some indicative statistics. First, the number of new applications related to long-term chronic diseases, acquired long-term disabilities, and inborn disorders who have been rejected for the period of January 24 to December 2025 on a yearly basis is as follows. For year 2024, the total number of such applications disallowed and rejected is 44. For 2025, 44 out of 10,064. And for year 2025, 72 such applications out of 9,795. Second, I have indicative figures for the number of beneficiaries whose pension were related to long-term chronic diseases, acquired long-term disabilities, and inborn disorders, and who have been discontinued. The figure is around 5% of the yearly number of beneficiaries. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to state that the assessment process is carried out on the basis of the medical guidelines, which dates back to 2016, and which are being updated in the first phase of the disability pension reform. We are now processing for the clearance of the Ministry of Finance for this much awaited and much needed reform. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Yes, Honorable Omia.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Honorable Minister whether the medical unit at his ministry have given you any information as to the basis of rejection of gentlemen and ladies with inborn incapacity or long-term acquired deficiencies, for example, epilepsy, for example, those having chronic cancer conditions, whether this initial basis of rejection were made on an objective basis or subjective assessment?
The information provided is from the medical unit, and whether the assessment is objective or not, I'm not in a position to give my views on this. It is the medical board. And let me remind the honorable member that any person who are dissatisfied with the medical board can go to the medical tribunal where there are specialists, and even to the Supreme Court for appealing, which has never been done up to now.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. May I ask the Honorable Minister, in a spirit of compassion to the people out there who depends on invalidity pension, whether the medical unit will not consider it deemed fit to avoid the recourse to appeal and tribunal, that at the right outset of assessment that are made at the residence of these people are done specifically by medical officers who have the experience and knowledge to be able to reject it outright or to accept it to avoid unnecessary of these young people to go to the medical appeal and the board so that afterwards it is overturned. Thank you.
I take on board your proposal. This will be taken in the second phase of the reform. But let me add that the number of cases accepted at the level of the medical board have increased by 5% during the course of this government. So there are less appeal right now. And for the doctors, specialized doctor, normally now they are medical doctors employed by the Social Security of my ministry and the medical unit. And the new system of assessment will change completely. It will be qualitatively new. This will be in the second phase of the reform. The work is in progress and there are some progress. Thank you.
One rejected case.
You are Vice Secretary, Honorable François?
Yes. Yeah. If you allow me, Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Just
sir.
one question.
Yeah, sure. Will the Honourable Minister be able to confirm or state or table the specific number of statistics of beneficiaries whose invalidity pension stopped from Rodrigues for the mentioned period, specifically?
I don't have this statistic. I don't have it. I think it's under the RRA. I will check it, but for the medical board, it's under the RRA, and the medical appeal is under my ministry. I take this opportunity to reply to you to say that the medical appeal tribunal, which we talked in the last session, will be going to Rodrigue in mid-June.
The Honorable Second Member for Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. B757.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, let me thank our honorable friend for putting this question. And I will say that in regard to part A of the question, I'm informed that for the period 2023 to 2024, one fisherman card was revoked. Other fishermen was engaged in other gainful employment. I wish to refer the honourable member to replies made to PQB parliamentary question B/987 at the sitting of the 11th November 2025 and PQ B/38 at the sitting of the 17th March 2026 respectively, where I informed the House that our lagoons have been overexploited and depleted over the years. The previous government had gone against sustainable fisheries by issuing a substantial number of new fishermen cards. As regards part B of the question, I'm informed that from January 2025 to date, a total of 80 applications for fishermen cards have been received at the 14 fisheries posts across the island. These 80 applications have been kept in abeyance for the time being. With regard to the eligibility criteria, so far, no change is being envisaged.
Yes.
Can the Honourable Minister inform the House the operation of checking if all the fishermen that has been delivered card at the eve of the election, with the process of revoking or suspended their card, is still going on?
No, we are mindful and watchful. There is a monitoring unit, looking at the cases, and we have to make sure, although they were given fishermen cards almost on the eve on the threshold of general election, but we have to make sure that they are in gainful employment in relation to ocean activities. Otherwise, appropriate corrective measure will be taken.
Yes. The last question from Honorable Ramdas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. PQB 758, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I'd reply to this question on behalf of my colleague, Minister Bichu. I would like to first thank Honourable Member for this question. The House would recall that the previous government had, during COVID-19, through the STC, procured 50 ventilators from Pack and Blister. Distribuciones Farmacéuticas SL located in Spain, against an outright payment of 1.8 million euros. These ventilators were found to be defective and not according to the specifications, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Initially, a Spanish law firm, Ferran Abogados and Asociados, was enlisted by the previous government to recover the 1.8 million euros from Pack and Blister. However, it's no surprise to anybody that not much progress was made. But as a responsible government, we cannot accept to let go of the 1.8 million euros, as this fund comes from the hard work of our people. Therefore, further to the advice of the Attorney General's Office, the Ministry of Health and Wellness retained the services of another Spanish law firm, namely Perez Lioca Law Firm. After several consultations, this law firm advised that an action may be brought for performance or termination of the contract under Article 1124 of the Spanish Civil Code against Pack and Blister, or alternatively, an action for defective performance could be brought under Article 1166 of Spanish Civil Code. Accordingly, on April 29, 2026, the Spanish law firm sent correspondence to Pack and Blister, initiating an alternative dispute resolution proceeding, whereby the sums of euro 2.216390.65, inclusive of interest, euros and MUR 41,181.50 are being claimed. The offer established a 1-month deadline for acceptance and response is being awaited. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I have only one question because time is already over.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This acquisition dates back to 2020 and it involves significant amount of taxpayers' money. In view of the risk of the supplier raising a potential defense of the claim being time-barred, may we have a clear indication as to when the proceedings will be launched, if any?
Sure. As responded in the substantive part of my answer, we made this offer on 29th April 2026, giving them 1 month notice, which implies that by 28th of May 2026, we expect a response, failing which the ministry will decide under the advice of the Attorney General on the way forward. Thank you.
Honorable members, the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B774, 769, 772, 780, 765, 763, 762, 761, 775, 759, 764, 768, 773, 760, 776. Time is over.
Motion.
Mr. Deputy
Honorable Prime
Speaker.
Minister.
Yeah, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that all the business on today's order paper be accepted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10.
Motion is seconded. Seconded. The question is that all the business on today's order paper be accepted for the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Statement by Ministers, non-public bills, first reading.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the Constitutional Review Commission Bill number 6 of 2026 be read the first time.
Seconded. Seconded, yes.
Bill, second reading.
The Honorable Minister of Information, Technology, Communication and Innovation, Dr. Amtohal.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill number 5 of 2026 be read a second time.
Yes, no. No, it has to be seconded. You sit down then first. Seconded? Yes, seconded now.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I rise to present the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill. This amendment bill represents a significant advancement in modernizing the legal structure for electronic transactions in Mauritius. Its goal is to make sure our laws adapt to technological evolution, facilitate business activities, and enhance our reputation as a reliable hub in the digital economy. The Electronic Transactions Act, enacted in 2000, was a pioneer for its era. Nonetheless, the digital environment has transformed considerably. Nowadays, trade is increasingly conducted on digital platforms, automated systems, and via paperless transactional tools. Our legislation needs to evolve in order to represent this truth and facilitate further adoption of digital technologies. This bill aims at updating the Electronic Transactions Act to better align with advancement in digital commerce and to ensure that the country's legal framework is in line with international standards, particularly those established by the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, UNCITRAL. The amendments are largely informed by the following instruments, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Model Law on Electronic Commerce 1996, abbreviated MLEC, Model Law on Electronic Signatures 2001, abbreviated MLES, and United Nations Convention on the Use of Electronic Communications in International Contracts 2005, abbreviated ECC. Model Law on Electronic Transferable Records 2017, abbreviated MLETR. By adhering to these instruments, Mauritius strengthens legal certainty and improves its capacity to engage comprehensively in cross-border digital trade. It is also crucial to emphasize that these modifications will enable our posture to become a signatory to the United Nations Convention on the Use of Electronic Communications in International Contracts, as we said, known as the ECC. Furthermore, Mauritius can join this international agreement, which makes it practicable for electronic communications to be legally recognized in cross-border contracts, by also harmonizing our local laws with the Convention's tenets. There are currently about 25 contracting states, including Singapore, that are signatories to the ECC, indicating a growing global acceptance. Although the number of contracting states is still growing, it comprises both developed and emerging economies. And as nations update their frameworks for digital trade, adoption is continuously rising. Enhanced legal certainty in international transactions, better acceptance of our electronic communications overseas, and increased appeal of Mauritius as a jurisdiction for international trade and digital business are only a few of the obvious advantages of this accession. The bill is technical because the subject matter is technical, but its objective is simple: to facilitate business and provide legal certainty. It updates core provisions of the law to reflect how transactions are actually conducted today, digitally, across borders, and increasingly through automated systems. Far from over-legislating, it removes ambiguity and aligns Mauritius with internationally accepted standards. These reforms also represent an important milestone in the implementation of the government's ICT Blueprint 2025-2029. That strategy sets out a clear vision for Mauritius to become a digitally empowered economy underpinned by robust legal and regulatory frameworks. By modernizing the Electronic Transaction Act, we are giving concrete effect to that vision, creating the legal infrastructure necessary to support digital trade, foster innovation, and enhance trust in electronic transactions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this reform is not happening in isolation. It is linked by the roots with the Blueprint 2025-2029 and aims at positioning Mauritius as a digitally empowered economy. We are not just updating a law. We are building the legal infrastructure for innovation, digital trade, and economic growth. The bill introduces three main areas of reform. First, it modernizes the law on electronic signatures. Second, it provides legal recognition for automated contracting and smart contracts. Third, it introduces a comprehensive framework for electronic transferable records. And this third section is the most transformative part of the bill, which I will come to as we build the foundation. And I will briefly address each of these. Firstly, strengthening the objects of the Act under Section 3. The bill updates the objectives of the Act to clearly include the support of cross-border electronic transactions and deepens the integration of Mauritius into the digital global economy. This addition is not just symbolic. It shows a clear policy direction to ensure that Mauritius stays compatible with international electronic systems and remains, therefore, attractive for global business. Secondly, modernizing the key definitions under Section 2, the bill revises the language of the Act to match current technological realities. It replaces the term electronic agent with automated messaging system, defined as a system that can start or respond to electronic communications without human involvement. This aligns the Electronic Transactions Act with the language in the ECC and reflects modern practices. The term automated message system is internationally recognized and better reflects modern technologies, including platforms and algorithm-driven systems. It ensures clarity and alignment with global legal frameworks, particularly in recognizing contracts formed without human intervention. The definition of electronic record now includes all information logically linked to the record, ensuring consistency with international standards. A new definition is added to support the legal framework for transferable instruments in electronic form. And thirdly, reform of electronic signatures, Section 8, and this one is a replacement. A central feature of this bill is the amendment to Section 8 on electronic signatures. The new provision sets out a clear and modern test. An electronic signature will meet a legal requirement if it identifies the signatory and shows intention, and the method used is reliable and appropriate for its purpose or has proven to achieve that purpose. This introduces for the first time in our laws a flexible and technology-neutral standard based on reliability. This approach has several benefits, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. It accommodates various technologies, it reflects how electronic signatures are commonly used, and it ensures legal validity is assessed in the right context. This amendment aligns with Article 6 of the Model Law on Electronic Signatures and Article 9 of the ECC. It also introduces flexibility while maintaining legal clarity, and it ensures technology neutrality. This approach is widely adopted internationally and ensures legal certainty while also being technology agnostic. It allows courts to assess the signature in context rather than relying on rigid or outdated criteria. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to exemplify with a concrete case. Consider a Mauritian company entering into a high-value supply contract with an overseas partner. Instead of simply signing a document electronically, the parties now use a secure digital signing platform which requires a multi-factor authentication to verify the identity of the signatory, uses encryption and digital certificates to link the signature uniquely to that person, and generates a tamper-evident record so that any alteration to the document after signature becomes detectable to prevent frauds. And it produces a time-stamped audit trail showing when and by whom the document was signed so that tracing can be enabled in case of any investigation of wrongdoings. Now, under the amendment, under Section 8, the law does not simply ask, was there a signature? But it asks, is the method used reliable and appropriate for that purpose? In a high-value commercial contract, a system with authentication, encryption, and audit trails would clearly meet that standard. In other words, the law now recognizes not just that a document is signed, but it is signed in a way that can be trusted. With regards to recognition of foreign electronic signature, and this is a new section under 15A, a new section states that the legal effectiveness of an electronic signature or certificate cannot be denied merely based on the geographic location where it was created or used, or merely on the basis of the location of the issuer's or signatory's business. This rule promotes cross-border acceptance and removes legal obstacles to international electronic transactions. It simply ensures that geography does not determine validity. A foreign signature must still meet the same functional and reliability requirements under Mauritian law. This is essential for cross-border trade and ensures that Mauritius is not isolated from international digital transactions. While the existing Act already recognizes secure electronic signatures, The new provision removes any doubt by expressly providing that a signature or certificate cannot be denied legal effect solely because it originates from abroad. Therefore, this strengthens legal certainty and aligns Mauritius with international best practice. In fact, this is a non-discrimination rule which is stronger in legal interpretation. With regards to trust and digital signature framework under Section 16, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in any digital ecosystem, the circle of trust represents a fundamental element that builds credibility. This bill contributes to strengthen the trust in the use of digital signatures in our jurisdiction. It clarifies that any alteration to an electronic signature after it was made must be detectable. This may appear technical, but it is essential to ensure integrity, transparency, and confidence in digital transactions. And another keyword, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is traceability. Electronic records and digital signatures under Section 18 and 19 contain amendments that clarify that a digital signature applies to the entire electronic record and not just to part of it or only to the pages on which that signature was affixed, and that there is consistency in how secure digital signatures are treated. These changes eliminate confusion and reflect current verification practices internationally, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With regards to clarifying electronic communications under Section 15, this bill introduces important updates to the rules governing electronic communications. Section 14 is updated to align with the ECC by redefining the time of dispatch as the time at which a message leaves the originator's system and clarifying that receipt occurs when a message can be retrieved. Additional provisions clarify that the location of equipment does not determine the place of business. And in a world that is dominated by cloud technologies, this section becomes very important. It also clarifies that domain names or email addresses do not specify or imply a specific location. This bill further clarifies that the location of servers or equipment do not define a party's place of business, and using a domain name or email address linked to a country does not imply a presumption of location. These provisions are crucial in a digital environment where infrastructure is often spread across multiple geographical areas. The concept of cloud computing, as mentioned, is one such example. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a common practical application of this clause can be described by the following situation. An exporter sends shipping instructions or confirms contract by email or through an online platform. The law will now clearly determine when, that is the timestamp, that communication takes legal effect, thereby removing disputes about whether or not and when a message was sent and or received with the timestamps. It also ensures that server location does not determine the place of business and domain names do not create presumptions of jurisdiction. These updates reflect the realities of modern digital infrastructures and practices. With regards to legal recognition of automated contracting under new sections 14A to 14D, an important innovation in this bill is the introduction of rules about automated messaging systems. These new sections clarify that online proposals are generally invitations to make offers unless otherwise stated. Contracts formed through automated systems are legally valid even without human intervention. And there are safeguards for input errors allowing for withdrawal under certain circumstances or conditions. These rules provide a solid legal foundation for smart contracts, algorithm-driven transactions, and digital platforms. Such contracts are already widely used in practice. The law is simply recognizing reality and providing legal certainty. importantly, the bill does not remove safeguards. General contract law continues to apply, and specific protections are introduced, including provision for input errors. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a logical question that arises relates to protection for individuals dealing with automated systems. The bill introduces a clear safeguard where a person makes an input error and the system does not provide an opportunity to correct it. The person may withdraw the erroneous part of the communication under two conditions. Notice is given promptly and no benefit has been derived. This ensures fairness in automated environments. It is a balanced approach that supports innovation and at the same time protects users adequately, and it reflects everyday commercial reality. When a buyer places an order on an online platform and the system automatically confirms the purchase, the system and generates an invoice and processes payment, a contract is then formed. This bill ensures that such transactions are legally recognized, while also protecting users in cases of input errors where no correction mechanism is provided for. Consider another situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in which a Mauritian seller provides products to a foreign purchaser through a blockchain-enabled system. A smart contract is created with predefined terms. For example, once the shipment is confirmed as delivered and verified, payment is automatically processed and released to the exporter. In this arrangement, there is no need for manual intervention once the conditions are met and satisfied. The system automatically executes the contract and all actions are recorded transparently on the blockchain network. In practical terms, this means faster settlement of payments, reduced reliance on intermediaries, and greater trust between parties who may be from different jurisdictions. There is a clarification, however, I need to bring at this stage, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. This bill is not a substitute for customer or consumer protection legislations or cross-border enforcement mechanisms. Its role is to provide legal certainty, evidentiary recognition, and trusted rules for digital transactions. These elements are essential foundations for protecting users in the digital economy. No electronic transaction law anywhere in the world can guarantee that a foreign seller will deliver goods ultimately. What similar laws do provide for is the legal framework necessary to establish enforceable digital rights, reliable evidence, and trusted electronic transactions. Without these amendments, Mauritian users would face even greater uncertainty when transacting internationally online, because the legal validity of electronic records, signatures, and automated transactions would be less clear. Further legislations can now be built by the relevant ministries, relying upon this bill for protecting online customers and merchants. With regards to the introduction of electronic transferable records, which pertain to the new Part 2, Sections 8B and 8L, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, increasing reliance on modern trade on digital documentation makes it imperative to introduce a new framework for electronic transferable records. Without this framework, electronic trade documents cannot function effectively, and Mauritius risks being excluded from paperless trade systems. This bill enables key commercial instruments like negotiable instruments and documents of title to exist and to operate fully in electronic form with legal certainty. The framework is based on three main principles. Firstly, the legal recognition. Electronic transferable records cannot be denied validity just because they are in electronic form. Secondly, functional equivalence. An electronic record will meet legal requirements if it contains the necessary information and a reliable method ensures its integrity, identification, and control. the operationalization of the above two principles ensures that electronic transferable records do not increase the risk of fraud. In fact, it reduces the risk as the operational framework mandates. Firstly, a reliable method to ensure integrity. Secondly, exclusive control equivalent to possession, and secure systems preventing unauthorized access. Digital systems also provide audit trails that are often stronger than paper-based processes. An important feature of this bill is control equivalent to possession. The bill also introduces the idea of control as the electronic equivalent of possession, allowing these instruments to be transferred securely in digital form. Therefore, this approach begs the question as to whether replacing possession with control is legally sound or not. In fact, the answer, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is yes. This is a well-established principle under the UN Citral model. Control, the term control, performs the same legal function as possession in a digital environment. It ensures that only one person can exercise rights over the record at a time, and transfers can be effected securely and verifiably. In addition to establishing the legal recognition of electronic transferable records, the bill also sets out clear operational rules to ensure that these instruments can function effectively in practice. First, the bill addresses endorsement and amendment. In traditional paper-based systems, documents such as bills of lading or promissory notes may be endorsed, meaning rights are transferred by signing or amended where necessary. The bill ensures that these same actions can be carried out electronically using reliable methods that preserve the integrity of record. For example, an electronic bill of lading can be endorsed digitally to transfer rights from an exporter to a bank or buyer without the need for physical handling. Second, the bill provides clarity on transfer and control. In the physical world, possession of a document often determines who has rights over it. In the electronic environment, the concept of control replaces the concept of possession as explained above, and this implies that only one party at a time can exercise rights over the electronic record, and the system must ensure that control can be transferred securely from one party to another. For instance, when an electronic bill of lading is transferred, the system ensures that the previous holder doesn't have control anymore, thereby preventing duplication or competing claims. The bill finally deals with conversion between paper and electronic formats. Recognizing that both systems may coexist during a transition period, the law allows for documents to be converted from paper to electronic form and from electronic form back to paper, provided that a reliable method is used to maintain integrity and ensure that only one valid version exists at any given point in time. This avoids situations where both a paper and an electronic version circulate simultaneously, which could create legal uncertainty. The bill also provides for cross-border recognition. So electronic transferable records will not be denied legal effect simply because they are used in another jurisdiction. This is essential for international trade. Referring to the earlier example of electronic bill of lading issued abroad, it can now be both recognizable and enforceable in Mauritius and vice versa, facilitating seamless cross-border transactions. This framework aligns with the UN Citral model on electronic transferable records and marks a major step towards paperless trade. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, taken together, these provisions ensure that electronic transferable records are not only legally recognized, but are also operationally viable, secure, and fully functional within both domestic and international trade systems. In the current law, when goods are exported, a bill of lading is issued to serve as a proof of shipment. Evidence of the contract of carriage and a document of title to the goods are also issued. However, in many cases, this document must be physically couriered across jurisdictions before the buyer can take delivery of goods. This creates delays and is more expensive. With this new section, the same bill of lading can now exist solely in electronic format and be transferred digitally from one party to another with full legal recognition. This implies no waiting for courier services, reduced risk of loss or delay, and faster release of goods at destination. For perishable exports, this can make a critical difference. The House may note that the Finance Act 2025 at Section 4 amended the Bills of Exchange Act, enabling legal recognition of electronic bills of exchange, an instrument that deals with the movement of funds only. The current bill extends electronic recognition to a whole new category of instruments, such as bill of lading and promissory notes. This bill establishes a general, cross-cutting legal framework that applies across all electronic transferable records. While the Bill of Exchange Act modernizes a specific instrument, this bill ensures that the same principles apply consistently across the entire digital trade ecosystem. It is standardization across the system. This reform ensures coherence, consistency, and future readiness. In conclusion, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill is not about introducing complexity. It is about removing uncertainty. It ensures that our laws reflect modern commercial realities, supports innovation, and positions Mauritius as a credible participant in the global digital economy. Additionally, this bill facilitates businesses to conduct online transactions by reducing friction and by increasing certainty instead. Businesses will benefit from clearer rules on electronic signatures, recognition of automated transactions, and the ability to use electronic trade documents. This will lower costs, speed up transactions, and improve competitiveness. This bill is a forward-looking reform that balances innovation with legal clarity. It updates our legal framework, supports digital and cross-border transactions, backs emerging technologies like smart contracts, and paves the way for paperless trade. Mauritius has already made significant progress in digital government services, electronic registration systems, and legal recognition of documents. We are, in fact, following the track of states like Singapore, United Kingdom, France, and Abu Dhabi, among others. This bill positions Mauritius as a jurisdiction ready to compete in the digital economy while following international best practices. And it sends a clear message that Mauritius is ready to operate confidently and securely in the global space. It is worthy of note that Mauritius will be the first country on the African continent to apply model law on electronic transferable records across to give legal recognition and enforceability to different types of instruments for digital trade. This bill also prepares Mauritius to take benefit from the Digital Trade Protocol of the African Continental Free Trade Area by recognizing electronic documents of member states once they legislate the recognition on electronic transferable records. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we are paving the way on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I suspend the sitting for half an hour.
I'm waiting for a few seconds, okay? Yeah, here we are. Okay, honorable members, I want to give a ruling. I'm going to give a ruling on unlawful disclosure of personal data and citing of names. This morning, during the private notice question, the leader of the opposition referred to a document which he wanted to lay on the table of the Assembly. I asked him to let me peruse the said document and decided to withhold my ruling as to whether it was proper to render this document public. Now I have had time to look closely at the document and I rule as follows. Standing Order 22.1, which relates to the rules concerning contents of question, including supplementary questions, provides in its rule H, a question shall not include names of persons or statement of facts unless they are necessary to make the question intelligible, and in the case of a statement of fact, can be authenticated by the member concerned, nor shall it contain charges which the member asking the question is not prepared to substantiate. I can tell honourable members that most of my predecessors have drawn the attention of the House on this very important principle, the more so as those persons whose names are mentioned are not in the House to defend themselves. But more than that, we now have to refer to the Data Protection Act 2017. I am referring to Section 42 of the said Act, which came into force in January 2018. I am referring to Section 42(3), subsection 3 of that Act, subject to subsection 4, which doesn't really concern us. Any person who obtains access to personal data or obtains any information constituting such data without the prior authority of the controller or processor by whom the data are kept, and B, discloses the data or information to another person, shall commit an offence. In the circumstances, I will hand the document back to the leader of the opposition. I will send it back to him with a word of caution in view of what I have just said. But this would apply, of course, to any member of Parliament. Thank you. Public bills, yes. Huh? Madame Manon.
Merci beaucoup. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi de commencer mon discours avec une anecdote. Le cas d'une amie qui, pas plus tard que février, me racontait comment, pour le besoin d'une signature sur un document pour son business, elle a dû payer le voyage de son frère du Canada vers Rodrigue. Et elle a dû le faire car la signature devait se faire en personne. Une signature donc qui coûterait moins avec l'avènement de ce projet de loi. Madame la Présidente, mon discours ne sera peut-être pas technique, mais elle sera plus sur l'impact et l'implication de cette loi sur nos citoyens, surtout pour nous à Rodrigue. Madame la Présidente, moi d'abord saluer la volonté du ministre des Technologies, de la Communication et de l'Innovation d'emmener Maurice, ainsi que Rodrigue, aux réalités d'une économie numérique moderne. Il s'agit de reconnaître que les affaires, la communication, le commerce et les services publics ne fonctionnent plus uniquement à travers les documents papier, des signatures manuscrites et des transactions en présentiel. De plus en plus, ils reposent sur des plateformes numériques, des systèmes automatisés et des échanges électroniques transfrontaliers. Ce projet de loi vise à garantir que notre législation évolue en conséquence. Pour Rodrigue, ce débat n'a rien d'abstrait. La connectivité numérique n'est pas simplement une question de commodité pour mon île. C'est une question d'inclusion économique et d'égalité des chances. En raison de notre éloignement géographique, les entrepreneurs rodriguais, les étudiants, les professionnels et les petites entreprises font souvent face à des coûts plus élevés, à des délais plus longs et à des charges administratives plus lourdes que ceux de l'Ile-Maurice. Lorsque les documents doivent être transportés physiquement, lorsque les signatures nécessitent un traitement en personne ou lorsque les transactions commerciales dépendent de systèmes papier, Rodrigue supporte ce fardeau de manière plus conséquente. Dans ce sens, un cadre moderne pour les transactions électroniques peut devenir un outil de décentralisation et d'autonomisation. La reconnaissance des signatures électroniques fiables peut réduire les délais pour les entreprises et les citoyens qui doivent actuellement se déplacer ou envoyer inutilement des documents par courrier. La reconnaissance juridique des transactions numériques automatisées peut soutenir les plateformes de commerce électronique, les services en ligne et les technologies financières permettant aux entrepreneurs rodriguais d'atteindre des clients au-delà de nos frontières. La reconnaissance des documents électroniques transférables pourrait faciliter le commerce sans papier, ainsi que les systèmes logistiques et maritimes qui deviennent progressivement la norme internationale. Madame la Présidente, l'économie mondiale évolue rapidement. Le commerce international s'oriente vers la documentation numérique, le financement commercial électronique et les systèmes contractuels automatisés. Si Maurice souhaite demeurer compétitive en tant que juridiction internationale pour les affaires et le commerce, notre cadre juridique doit suivre ces évolutions. À cet égard, ce projet de loi est à la fois bienvenu et nécessaire. Je note particulièrement les efforts déployés dans ce texte pour adopter une approche neutre sur le plan technologie. Plutôt que de lier la loi à une plateforme ou une technologie spécifique, le projet met l'accent sur la fiabilité, l'intégrité et la fonctionnalité. Cela est important car la technologie évolue plus rapidement que la législation. Une loi rigide devient très vite obsolète. Je salue également les dispositions reconnaissant les signatures électroniques étrangères et les documents électroniques transférables transfrontaliers. Dans une économie mondialisée, les systèmes numériques ne peuvent s'arrêter aux frontières nationales. Cependant, Madame la Présidente, le soutien à la modernisation doit aussi s'accompagner de vigilance et de responsabilité. En numérisant les systèmes commerciaux et en reconnaissant juridiquement les documents électroniques transférables, nous augmentons également notre exposition aux cybermenaces, à la fraude, au vol d'identité et aux vulnérabilités des systèmes. La question n'est pas donc seulement de savoir si les systèmes électroniques doivent être reconnus, mais aussi si nos institutions sont suffisamment préparées pour les sécuriser. Nos entreprises, en particulier les petites et moyennes entreprises, disposent-elles des capacités techniques nécessaires? Nos citoyens comprennent-ils les implications du consentement électronique et des contrats automatisés? Investissons-nous suffisamment dans les infrastructures de cybersécurité, dans la culture numérique et dans la protection des consommateurs en ligne? Ce sont là des questions essentielles. Madame la Présidente, Rodrigue en particulier ne doit pas être laissé pour compte dans cette transition numérique. Le succès de lois comme celle-ci dépend non seulement de la réforme juridique, mais aussi des infrastructures et de l'accessibilité. Une connexion Internet fiable, des services publics numériques, une sensibilisation à la cybersécurité, des outils technologiques abordables doivent atteindre chaque partie de la République. Sinon, nous risquons de créer une fracture numérique où certains bénéficieront pleinement de l'économie numérique, tandis que d'autres resteront exclus. Et Rodrigue n'a pas besoin qu'on allonge encore plus la liste des choses dont on est exclu. J'encourage donc le gouvernement, parallèlement à cette réforme législative, à continuer d'investir dans les infrastructures numériques à Rodrigue, dans la préparation en matière de cybersécurité et dans l'éducation du public sur les transactions électroniques des droits numériques. Ce projet de loi reflète une transformation plus large qui s'opère dans le monde entier. La transition d'économies fondées sur le papier vers des économies connectées numériquement. Maurice ne peut pas s'isoler de cette transformation. Mais nous ne devons pas non plus adopter la numérisation aveuglément. Nous devons promouvoir l'innovation tout en protégeant la sécurité, l'accessibilité et l'équité. Pour Rodrigue, l'économie numérique représente à la fois une opportunité et un défi. Si elle est bien gérée, elle peut réduire l'isolement, élargir les marchés et créer de nouvelles opportunités pour notre jeunesse et nos entrepreneurs. Mais si elle est mal gérée, elle peut aggraver les inégalités et exposer les utilisateurs vulnérables à de nouveaux risques. Il est donc de notre responsabilité en tant que législateurs de veiller à ce que le progrès technologique reste centré sur nos citoyens. Madame la Présidente, avec ces observations et tout en encourageant une attention continue à la cybersécurité, à l'accessibilité et à l'inclusion numérique, je soutiens les objectifs de ce projet de loi ainsi que la modernisation qu'il cherche à réaliser pour la République de Maurice. Merci.
Je vous remercie. Honorable Baboulal.
Madam Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to intervene on this bill. Let me state from the outset, the Front Militant Progressiste, the FMP, is not against modernizing our electronic transaction framework. We accept that the Electronic Transaction Act 2000, now 26 years old, needs to be brought into line with international developments, including the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, on electronic transferable records, the ETR, and the United Nations Convention on the use of electronic communications in international contract. Madam Speaker, what we will not accept is a bill that transplants the legal text of advanced jurisdictions without transplanting the institutional infrastructure and practical safeguards that make those provisions actually work. What this House is being asked to approve is a legislative facade, the front of a building with nothing behind it. I will demonstrate this, Madam Speaker, not by reference to the opposition standards, but by reference to the government's own digital transformation blueprint, 2025-2029, published last year, signed by the President and the Prime Minister, and issued by the very minister who present this bill today. Let's look at the Singapore's homework. The borrowed text, but missing architecture. Madam Speaker, this bill is modeled almost close for close on Singapore's Electronic Transaction Amendment Act 2021. The new Part 2A on electronic transferable records mirrors Singapore's Part 2A. The definition of automated message system in Clause 3 is virtually identical. Section 14A to 14D replicates Singapore's contract formation provision. The revised Section 8 adopts the same reliability-based standard. There is nothing wrong with drawing on international models. But when Singapore passed its 2021 amendment, it did not pass legislation into a vacuum. It passed legislation into a mature ecosystem. Let me describe what Singapore built and what Mauritius lacks. Madam Speaker, in Singapore, the controller function is exercised by the Infocom Media Development Authority, IMDA, a well-resourced body with dedicated PKI oversight. In Mauritius, it sits within ICTA, the ICTA, as one mandate among many, and the Controller of Certification Authority, CCA, website was last updated in September 2022. Singapore has 2 accredited private certificate authority, plus GovTech as a public CA approved in October 2024. Mauritius has eMudra operating through post office and Mosign oriented towards e-procurement. In Singapore, every citizen with SingPass can produce a legally recognized secure electronic signature from their smartphone. In Mauritius, you must physically attend a post office. Madam Speaker, when Singapore enacted its ETR provision, it backed them with trade trust, a government-developed open-source blockchain framework. In 2023, Singapore executed the world's first live cross-border electronic bill of lading. In February 2026, IMDA launched a funded trade trust readiness program. 4 trade trust platforms have PNI Club approval, giving electronic trade documents the same insurance status as paper. What does Mauritius have? Sections 8B to 8L. Legal text. No platform, no accreditation regime for ETR management systems, no cross-border arrangements, and no funded adoption program. Madam Speaker, Singapore amended its Evidence Act to create a specific presumptions for electronic records in court. Mauritius still operates under the Courts Act 1945 with general principles from the Civil Code. There is no certification mechanism for electronic record keeping system. Every case is proved from scratch. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Minister has given us the front page of Singapore's homework, but not the working that supports it. Let's look at our PKI infrastructure and controller. Madam Speaker, the entire framework, electronic signatures, secure records, electronic transferable records, depend on a functioning public key infrastructure. A PKI is the trust system that allows parties who have never met to verify each other's identity. At its apex sits the Root Certificate Authority, in Mauritius, the CCA within ICTA. Below it sits the issuing CAs, Imudra and Mosain. Below them sits the entities, citizens, business and government agencies. Madam Speaker, Mauritius does have a PKI. The bones are there, but it serves one narrow use case, primarily government e-procurement, and has not been scaled to the broader economy. There is no trusted time stamping authority, essential for disputes about the timing of electronic transferable records. There are no attributes, certificates, binding rules, and authorities to identities, essential for confirming who may endorse or surrender an electronic bill of lading. Madam Speaker, there is no sector-specific deployment into banking, trade finance, or the legal profession. The mobile ID enables digital signing, but the MNIS certificate authority on the identity card is not even licensed under the ETA. The infrastructure exists in separate silos. Madam Speaker, the ETA 2000 envisaged a rich institutional ecosystem, a well-resourced controller, multiple competing license CAs, accessible registration authorities, formal cross-border recognition, and domain-specific public sector CAs under Section 19B, subsection 3. 26 years later, the CCA sits at the function among many within ICTA, competing for attention against spectrum actions and broadcasting regulation. No public sector agency apart from Mosain has been approved as a CA. No comprehensive cross-border recognition regime exists. The government has not fully stood up the institution required by the existing Act and now proposes to expand its scope dramatically. This is building the second floor while the first floor remains incomplete. Madam Speaker, let's look at the government's blueprint to prove our point. Madam Speaker, the most compelling evidence that this bill is premature comes from the government itself. The Digital Transformation Blueprint 2025-2029 is structured around 4 pillars and 5 enablers. The blueprint recognizes that legal reform, enabler 2, is the only one of the 5 enablers needed. The other 4 are digital public infrastructure, institutional coordination, cybersecurity and trust, and data governance. All 5 must work together. Let me examine what the blueprint promises and what this bill delivers. Enabler 1, Madam Speaker, acknowledges that there are fundamental blocks that are either inadequately engineered or missing in the current infrastructure, or still are deprived of the required interoperability. It promises a national identity management framework extended to banks, insurers, and telecom operators, and that the digital signatures will allow citizens to digitally sign documents. The government's own blueprint acknowledges the need for this integration. This bill does nothing to deliver it. Enabler 2, Madam Speaker, identifies a comprehensive legal program well beyond the ETA, GDPR-aligned data protection, a Freedom of Information Act, cybersecurity law, revision, ICT Act amendments. The ETA amendment is one piece of a much larger program being rushed into this House while the rest remain on the drawing board. Enabler 3, Madam Speaker, is the most revealing. Madam Speaker, it proposes a National Digital Transformation Bureau modeled on Singapore's GovTech, a National Cyber Resilience and Cybersecurity Agency, a Data Management Office, and, listen carefully, a new entities for digital identity management, including ID card, mobile ID, digital service, authentication, and trust services of digital signature. The blueprint states that identity management services will be recognized by this entity, thus providing legal sanctity to electronic identity management services. These are the very institutions needed to make this bill work. Not one of them exists. Not one is created by this bill. Enabler 4, Madam Speaker, commits that the Government Certification Authority will be upgraded to offer secure e-signature, times stamping, and workflow-based approvals for all sectors, including banking, legal, insurance, and e-commerce. A direct acknowledgement that the current infrastructure is inadequate. But this is a policy commitment in the blueprint, not a provision in the bill. Madam Speaker, I am not holding the government to the opposition standards. I am holding it to its own. The government's own blueprint identifies 5 enablers that must work together. This bill delivers part of one. 4 out of 5 remain in the drawer. Madam Speaker, what are the specific concerns with the bill? Madam Speaker, beyond the infrastructure deficit, 3 specific concerns merit this House attention. Madam Speaker, on the electronics transferable records, the bill's section 8E contains only a general reliability standard. Unlike Singapore's section 160, subsection 2, there is no presumption of reliability for accredited ETR management system because there is no accredited regime. Singapore section 16Q to 16S establish comprehensive regulatory powers for ETR providers. Our bill is silent. Madam Speaker, may I ask the Honorable Minister, when a Mauritian exporter attempts to issue an electronic bill of lading under this new framework, which platform will they use? Who will accredit it? What presumption will attach to it in court? What insurance status will it carry? The bill provides no answers. The blueprint provides no answers. The government's own strategy document does not mention trade trust, does not mention ETR management system accreditation, and does not mention cross-border ETR interoperability arrangements. This is not an oversight. Madam Speaker, it is an absence that renders ETR provision aspirational rather than operational. Madam Speaker, on automated contracts, sections 14A to 14D give legal recognition to contracts formed without human review. Section 14D on contract terms transparency is an innovation not found in Singapore's ETA. Credit where due, but it is a disclosure obligation without teeth. What are the consequences of non-compliance? The bill does not say. a mandatory cooling off period for high-value automated contract would have been a meaningful consumer safeguard. Madam Speaker, our elderly, our pensioners, our less digitally literate citizens are already vulnerable to mobile banking fraud. This bill gives automated systems the legal capacity to bind citizens to contract without human review, while providing no consumer protection infrastructure beyond a reactive error correction right and a toothless disclosure obligation. Madam Speaker, on electronic signatures, the shift to a reliability-based standard in the new Section 8 is sound in principle. The addition of alteration detectability in Section 16E goes further than Singapore and aligns with EDAS. Again, credit where due, but placing the burden of assessing reliability on our courts without an accreditation framework or widespread digital signing infrastructure will produce uncertainty and inconsistent outcome, precisely the opposite of business facilitation. Let me give another example, Madam Speaker. If an automated contract is triggered by a server in Europe, executed in an Asian cloud network, and drains an asset right here in Port-Louis, which court has jurisdiction? The bill is dead silent. What do we do? Mauritius, the Republic, needs a Digital Economy Act, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the ICT Act 2001 was written for a different era. It has been amended in 2009, 2011, 2015, 2016, 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2024. Each time bolting new functions onto a framework not designed for them. The digital economy needs new legislative foundation. Madam Speaker, we call on the government to bring forward a comprehensive Digital Economy Act, establishing a dedicated Digital Economy Authority, a statutory controller with defined qualification and operational independence, an accreditation regime for ETR management system, mandatory integration of the mobile ID with the ETA's CQ signature framework, evidentiary presumptions for electronic records, consumer protection for automated contracting, and the legal basis for cross-border digital trade. The government's own blueprint proposes most of these institutional reform. What is missing is the legislative vehicle to deliver them. What we propose, Madam Speaker, pending the comprehensive reform, we propose 6 measures for this bill. First, a mandatory implementation roadmap within 12 months of the commencement, covering the controller function, the CA regime, mobile ID integration, and the ETR management platform. Second, an accreditation regime for the ETR management system with presumptions of reliability, model on Singapore's Section 16Q to 16S. Third, engagement with the open source trade trust framework for immediate cross-border interoperability. Fourth, evidentiary reforms establishing presumptions for electronic records and a certification mechanism for record-keeping systems. Fifth, phased commencement of the ETR provisions, operative only once supporting infrastructure is in place. Six, a commitment on the record of this House to a comprehensive ICT Act review and the development of a Digital Economy Act within a defined time frame. Madam Speaker, a digital economy cannot be built on legislative text alone. Singapore understood this The UK understood this. The EU understood this. The government's own blueprint understands this. It identifies 5 enablers that must work together. Madam Speaker, this bill delivers part of one enabler. The institutions the blueprint promises does not exist. The technology platforms that the bill presupposes do not exist. The PKI infrastructure serves primarily e-procurement and has not been scaled. The evidentiary framework has not been reformed. Madam Speaker, we do not oppose this bill in principle. We oppose the recklessness of enacting it without the supporting infrastructure. That the citizens of Mauritius deserve better than a legislative facade. They deserve a digital economy built on solid foundations, not one that copies the text of advanced jurisdiction while leaving our people, our businesses, and our court without the infrastructure to make it work. Madam Speaker, a digital economy cannot be built on hype and legal ambiguity. We cannot sacrifice security at the altar of speed. The government owes this House and this Republic not just a bill, but a plan. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Nelsingen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For so many years, the predecessor of Honorable Minister Ramdor, they have been sleeping. No amendment, no change. And Mr. Honorable Babulal has also accepted that it is high time to come with amendments. And before coming to my main arguments, I've listened carefully to Honorable Babulal. He's mentioning that the ministry and the minister has been following the model of Singapore. I beg to disagree. To a certain extent, yes, because when you see what Singapore has done, you will understand that Singapore and US, when it comes to electronic transaction, electronic commerce, they are big risk takers. And I'm sure that the minister, in an ideal world, hopefully one day, will have people like the actual Minister of IT and like the laptop éclaté, that he is an expert. He was working for one of the biggest IT companies, and also he has a legal background. So certainly we not copy blindly Singapore. One, he has produced what is known as a synthetic model, looking at what the EU has been doing, what Singapore has been doing, what other countries, Hong Kong has been doing. This is what he has done. There is nothing wrong to seek inspiration from all these countries, which are model countries. At the same time, what I cannot understand from Honorable Babulal, he wants to create multiple regulatory bodies. We have already one regulatory body, and for the time being, you know for sure, you know well, that we are in a very difficult financial and economic situation. And he knows, as a lawyer, learned lawyer, that in the ICT Act, there are ample provisions and leeway for the minister to come with regulations to beef up the institutional framework. And he knows fully well also that Mauritius is not Singapore yet. We have been dreaming for so many years to become Singapore. And fortunately, Singapore is much, much ahead of us. So we have to take our time, and we have to take what is known as an incremental approach. And if we read the blueprint, this is exactly what the minister and his technicians, his advisors, learned advisors, I would say, in that ministry, chosen by Mr. Ramto. At the same time, the minister explained clearly that we are not touching consumer protection law. Consumer protection law and contract law, which is found in the Code Napoleon, would be the same. So I don't know why these comments are warranted. He mentioned also that there are provisions we have not touched the law of evidence. As a learned lawyer, he knows fully well when you pass a legislation, the specialized legislation which is in front of us, the bill today, would certainly prevail over other provisions. So the specific thing prevails over the generality. This is a basic principle of interpretation, the canons of interpretation that we have in our law. So these are some of the comments. So a bill which has been passed in 2000 with a few amendments, it is high time to recognize that the Electronic Transactions Bill of 2026 represents a significant modernization of Mauritius legal framework governing digital commerce, electronic signatures, automated transactions, and paperless trade. The reforms, Madam Speaker, aim to align Mauritian law with modern commercial realities and also internationally recognized standards for electronic transactions, as mentioned by the Minister, Honorable Minister. Electronic documents shall have the same legal standing as paper ones. International trade law, Madam Speaker, is different from other branches of law. Here, what we must do, we must allow the best practices to develop, and then subsequently, after a number of years, the lawmaker can intervene to consolidate the legal architecture. And this is what the Ministry of IT and this is what the Minister is doing today. And Madam Speaker, we have to understand also the context of the actual legislation. In 2000, when the law was being passed, the existing Electronic Transactions Act was enacted at a time when digital commerce, fintech, automated contracting systems, and electronic trade documentation were far less developed, and I would say still at its infancy stage. Since then, the rapid expansion of online banking, e-commerce, mobile payments, AI-assisted platforms, and cross-border digital trade have exposed several practical and legal gaps within the actual framework. So, what are the loopholes and lacunae in the actual framework? The earlier legislation was enacted when digital commerce, as I mentioned, was at its infancy stage. Over time, what we have seen and what the Ministry of IT has seen, there are a number of weaknesses which are, for example, regarding automated electronic contracting, paperless trade documentation, cross-border digital transactions, modern authentication systems, evolving fintech structures, cybersecurity vulnerabilities, online fraud, and also identity theft. And also reliability standards for electronic systems which were missing. And Madam Speaker, as technology evolved, these legal gaps created uncertainty and exposed businesses and consumers to greater risk. And this is what this bill is trying to tackle today, to have legal certainty and to remove this risk. And also, as we know, we have seen today itself in South Africa, how South Africa, with its rippling effects in Mauritius, had to suffer from a massive cyber attack. And we have seen also, Madam Speaker, as transactions migrate online, risks associated with digital commerce have also increased significantly. And modern cyber threats include phishing attacks, hacking, identity theft, as I mentioned, and also fraudulent electronic transfers. And fake digital documentation, also, Madam Speaker, manipulation of electronic records. So these amendments, therefore, seek to strengthen today the trust in digital systems by reinforcing authentication mechanisms, electronic record integrity, very important. The Minister mentioned also about traceability of transactions and also accountability standards, legal recognition of secure systems, and the reforms are intended not only to facilitate digital commerce, but also to create a safer legal environment for electronic transactions. And the paradox and the difficulties of the ministry and the minister is how to make electronic transactions quicker, easier, but also safer. And this is what the bill is trying to do. And Mauritius, over time, has learned from experience from Mauritius itself and also from abroad. And this is why all these corrective measures are being taken today. And also, as I mentioned, not only in Mauritius, but also from abroad, important to learn lessons from abroad. And today, the minister has spent a lot of time on very technical issues. And as a junior minister from Foreign Affairs, I have to explain the strategy of the new government and the vision of the Prime Minister, and also the vision which the former Deputy Prime Minister had. Our focus today is obviously, without forgetting trade with our traditional partners, be it the US, be it Europe, be it India, China, we are focusing on Africa. And this government has a dream, how to bridge India, Africa, using Mauritius as a platform. And this is what purposely this bill will do today. This is why, within a span of 1.5 years, the Prime Minister has given great importance to Africa, traveling 3 times to Africa to facilitate trade. And this is what my colleague, Mr. Ramphal, and myself, we are focusing on Africa to facilitate trade. And without such a bill, things will not happen. We cannot just brag. We cannot just talk about Africa without trying to bring the proper legal framework. The institutions will follow, as I mentioned. The ICA is here, and I'm sure the minister will use the powers which he has under the law to bring the necessary regulations to cater for all the amendments which are in the pipeline. So we are having a number of, as you know, a number of treaties, be it COMESA, be it SADC, be it the AFCFTA. But if we don't update our legislations, if we don't beef up our legislations, nothing will happen. We're going to talk and talk, refer to Singapore, refer to South Korea, refer to all these emerging economies, but nothing will happen. This is why I have to commend the work which is being done by the minister. And what are the objectives of the bill, Madam Speaker? The amendments therefore seek to, number one, to modernize the legal recognition of electronic transactions. Number two, which is very important, to improve, and I hammer on that, legal certainty for businesses and consumers. And also, very important, to strengthen the trust in digital systems, and also to facilitate paperless trade and digital finance. And above all, we're doing all that. Why? To support the ambition of Mauritius as a regional fintech and international financial services hub. This is where the Ministry of Financial Services and the Ministry of IT and our ministry, that is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Trade and regional integration, and obviously Ministry of Industry and other ministries, we have to work hand in hand. Not only us, this is why the regional integration is important. This is where we have to work hand in hand with our African brothers and African sisters to make things happen. The minister and his team, as I mentioned, have core challenges. What I qualify initially as a sort of regulatory paradox, that is to make digital transaction easier, faster, while at the same time simultaneously making them structurally more secure. That is why we cannot go too fast. This is why I mentioned initially we have to take what is known as an incremental approach. Now, what are the improvements introduced by these amendments, Madam Speaker? Number one, as mentioned by the Minister, we have a technology-neutral electronic signatures. You will notice that the actual legal framework adopted a narrower and more rigid approach towards electronic signatures. And the legislation now the legislation was drafted during an earlier phase of digital development and relied, unfortunately, at that point in time, on prescribed forms of authentication and technological assumptions that risk becoming outdated. And this created uncertainty regarding whether new forms of authentication would be legally recognized, the reliability of evolving digital signature technologies, and also the enforceability of electronically signed transactions using emerging systems. Now, what is the position under the new bill? The amendments replace, this time, the restrictive approach with a broader, which I qualified, with the minister also qualified, as technology neutral, and more is what we will qualify as a reliability-based framework. And the new approach, an electronic signature, Madam Speaker, will be legally valid if the method used is sufficiently reliable. This is a test of reliability for the purpose concerned. The law, Madam Speaker, no longer depends on one specific technology or authentication model. The framework becomes adaptable, very important, to future technological developments. So what is the significance of the report? The change is particularly important because technology evolves rapidly and a rigid legal framework can quickly become obsolete. The new approach ensures that the law remains flexible and capable of accommodation. And also in this new bill, there is also recognition of automated contracts, which was not there before, and this is very important. And so, Madam Speaker, we have seen also an alignment with international standards. My learned friend, good friend, Honorable Babulal, mentioned that we have been following Singapore, but Singapore itself, at that point in time when it passed its law, it followed the sort of prescription of OECD, the prescription of the World Trade Organization, and so many other international organizations. And we today, we are following the same best standard models. We are, of course, we have borrowed what is good from Singapore. We cannot follow blindly Singapore. We have been borrowing what is good from the European Union, what is good from US. We are not certainly not US. We are not certainly Singapore. So this is what has been done. And I think in law, what is important to note, we have to strike the right balance. And we have to reckon with our realities. We are still SIDS, we are LSVs, so we have to reckon with our realities. And the minister, I think, and his ministry, his technicians, has done an excellent work. And this is why I would commend strongly this bill to the honorable members. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Amir Mia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today with conviction to support the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill and to emphasize how this piece of legislation is important not only for the digital economy, but also for the real economy. Our manufacturers, our SMEs, our cooperatives, our exporters, our logistics operators, and all those who produce, trade, and create value in Mauritius. First of all, I must say that the amendments being brought to the bill go a long way in further enhancing the ease of doing business, reducing business costs, and above all, sending a strong signal that this government is fully committed to making Mauritius an investor-friendly destination. But more than that, Madam Speaker, this bill sends a clear message. Mauritius must modernize the way business is done. We cannot ask our enterprises to compete globally while keeping them dependent on paper-based processes, physical signatures, courier delays, and outdated administrative habits. Madam Speaker, manufacturing remains a vital pillar of our economy, contributing around 13% to GDP and supporting thousands of direct and indirect jobs across production, logistics, distribution, and services. All efforts are currently being pursued to reinvigorate industrial growth after years of weak industrial performance and insufficient growth. This is precisely why the timing of this bill is important. We are working to rebuild our productive base. We are working on a new industry bill. We are working on a new industry policy. We are working to support SMEs, strengthen exports, improve productivity, and make Mauritius a more serious platform for regional and international trade. The proposed amendments to the Electronic Transaction Act come at an opportune time when much emphasis is being laid on the digital transformation of the manufacturing sector to generate higher value addition and significantly increase industrial output and revenue. I must also acknowledge that compared to other developed countries, we are still lacking behind when it comes to realigning the legal and administrative framework governing day-to-day business transactions in order to reflect the digital realities of global commerce. This bill is therefore timely, as the key enablers will now be put in place to keep pace with technological advancements in the field of electronic transactions for a higher level of competitiveness. For a large company, delays in paperwork may be an inconvenience. For an SME, it can affect cash flow. For an exporter, it can mean missing a shipment deadline. This is why legal transformation matters. It must improve the daily life of businesses. Madam Speaker, just to respond to the member from FPM, I would like to make a quick comparison what this bill contains in relation to that of Singapore. In terms of policy direction, in the bill that we have today in the House, focus on digital economy, paperless, straight cross-border recognition. There are similar objectives in Singapore laws. In terms of technology neutrality, in our bill, reliability based on electronic signature regime, Singapore also moved from a rigid digital signature focus to technology neutral approach. In terms of electronic signatures, signature valid if method identifies party and indicates intent, reliability, standard applies. Same functional equivalence principle in Singapore ETA. Automated transaction AI system. In the bill today, there are explicit recognitions of contracts formed by automated messages system. In Singapore ETA, it already exists contracts formed by automated system. Electronic transferable records. The bill today introduces full framework for ETR, and in Singapore, it was introduced in the bill in 2021. Exclusive control concept. This requires reliable method to establish exclusive control. In Singapore also it uses controls as digital equivalent of possession. Cross-border recognition. Foreign ETLs and signatures cannot be denied validity merely because of issued abroad. In Singapore, it also adopts the same cross-border interoperability principle. Input errors in automated system. User may withdraw mistaken communication if no correction opportunity exists. This is in the bill today. In Singapore also, in its ETA, it contains equivalent consumer commercial safeguard. Madam Speaker, I can go on a long list in terms of comparison, and this amendment is highly significant because it makes Mauritius more compatible with Singapore, with the UK, with the United Arab Emirates, and also to other digital trade jurisdictions. Madam Speaker, I will now refer to the different clauses of the bill, which in my view represent a decisive step forward for the industrial sector and for business facilitation more broadly. I particularly wish to highlight the significance of the amendments brought to Clause 5 relating to electronic signatures. Indeed, the bill introduces a more reliability-based and technologically neutral approach regarding electronic signatures. Nowadays, it is common to use several authentication methods which are far more sophisticated than the original act that was passed in the year 2000. The legal framework must therefore be updated with greater flexibility so as to unintentionally constrain the benefits of innovation and as technological progress. The proposed amendments rightly move away from an overly restrictive approach towards a more diversified and recognized means of authentication for documents. This approach is commercially pragmatic and internationally aligned. For industry operators, the proposed amendments create greater operational flexibility while maintaining the necessary safeguards when it comes to authenticity and security. By giving clearer legal recognition to electronic signatures, this bill allows businesses to move faster, reduce administrative costs, and transact with greater confidence. Madam Speaker, I will now dwell on Clause 6, Part 2A of the bill, relating to electronic transferable records, which I believe is probably the single most transformative position of the bill from the perspective of industrial development. It is an undeniable fact that international trade is transitioning rapidly towards a paperless ecosystem. In this context, paper-based transactional systems are increasingly viewed as cumbersome and outdated since they often generate delays, administrative burdens, and additional compliance costs. Nowadays, the trend is more towards online transactions, whereby physical documents are being digitized in order to increase transactional efficiency, accelerate speed of execution, and improve traceability and transparency. Madam Speaker, to illustrate my point, let us take example of a Mauritian exporter shipping goods to Europe. Today, that exporter may still need to physically handle paper bills of lading, bills of exchange, promissory notes, warehouse receipts, and other trade-related documents that still depend heavily on manual handling. These paper documents can take several days, and in some cases even longer, depending on courier times, banking processes, and document handling. With the proposed amendments to the Electronic Transaction Act, an important legal obstacle to paperless trade is being addressed. The legal foundation is now being created for such documents to be issued, transferred, and verified electronically where the relevant systems, institutions, and trading partners are ready to accept them. This is a major step forward for our exporters and manufacturers. This is not an abstract legal form. it has a direct impact on trade. If a textile exporter has a shipment ready, if an agro-processing SME is sending goods to a regional market, if a recycling manufacturing is importing inputs and exporting finished products, every day lost in paperwork affects competitiveness. In international trade, speed matters, reliability matters, traceability matters. The buyer does not wait for our administrative system to catch up. The buyer simply moves to another supplier. This bill therefore helps Mauritius move closer to paperless trade. It supports exporters, it supports SMEs, it supports our ambition to position Mauritius as a serious production and export platform between Africa, Asia, and the rest of the world. Madam Speaker, I also wish to highlight that Section 8D under Clause 6 addresses the critical issue of control and possession. Indeed, the bill provides that where an enactment requires possession of a transferable document, this requirement shall be satisfied through a reliable method, establishing exclusive control over an electronic transferable record. This legal bedrock is fundamentally important because it gives confidence to manufacturers, to exporters, and industry operators that electronic documents will carry the same commercial and legal weight as their paper equivalents. This is essential, Madam Speaker. Businesses will not adopt digital trade document if banks, insurers, buyers, custom brokers, and logistic operators are uncertain about their validity. Legal certainty is the foundation of business confidence. Without it, digitalization remains a slogan. Without it, digitalization becomes a working tool for trade. Madam Speaker, for an island economy such as Mauritius, heavily dependent on international trade, it is crucial that we move swiftly towards the new norms of digital transactions if we are to remain competitive and maintain our market shares. I am confident that this course of action is imperative to engage our manufacturers, exporters, freight forwarders, and logistic operators in the required direction so that they may respond more effectively to ever-changing requirements of global business. This is also relevant to our regional value chain ambition. If Mauritius wants to help structure regional production costs across Africa, we must be able to move documents, contracts, trade instruments quickly and securely. A regional value chain cannot function properly if each link is slowed down by paper, physical signatures, and manual verifications. Modern industry needs modern transactions. Madam Speaker, I shall now focus on Section 14B under Clause 8, which relates to contracts management means of electronic communication. This aspect of the law is particularly critical because industry operators have very often approached me regarding the difficulties encountered in formally engaging in such processes, especially due to the lack of awareness and legal clarity surrounding these practices. Across the manufacturing sector, many enterprises are already using automated procurement systems, digitized purchase order platforms, and electronic vendor management tools to reduce operational costs and improve efficiency. I have reviewed feedback from several industry operators indicating that there exists a legal vacuum when it comes to procurement contracts concluded through electronic systems, especially where there is no physical review transaction. This has been a significant impediment. Madam Speaker, this issue is now being addressed under Section 14B of Clause 8, which provides that contract formed or performed through automated systems will not be denied validity or enforceability solely because no natural person reviewed or intervened in each individual action carried out by the automated system. This is not merely a small technical amendment. It gives a clear indication of the extent to which government is willing to go in encouraging industry operators and potential investors to confidently embrace digitalization and modern contract management systems. From the perspective of industrial development, whose advancement falls under my responsibility, I view this as a practical legal enabler for Industry 4.0 in Mauritius, which my ministry is actively promoting within the manufacturing sector. Indeed, up to now, there has been some reluctance amongst businesses to fully automate procurement and order management processes in the absence of a sufficiently clear legal framework. This gray area is now being brightened through the provision of this bill, and industry operators will feel more comforted in this digitalization drive by increasingly adopting enterprise resource planning systems and other digital solutions that will now enjoy clear legal recognition. For example, a manufacturer using an enterprise resource planning, commonly known as an ERP system, may automatically generate a purchase order when raw material stock reaches a minimum level. The supplier may confirm the order electronically. The production team, finance team, and warehouse team can then work from the same information in real time. These are not future scenarios. These are already part of modern business. The law must not stand behind the economy. The law must support it. This is also important for SMEs. Many SMEs are now selling through online platform, WhatsApp business, websites, and digital catalogs. They are not always using complex systems, but they are already transacting electronically. This bill gives more clarity to this reality. Madam Speaker, I also wish to refer to Section 14D, which deals with the availability of contractors. This provision is important because digital contracting must be fast, but it also must be fair and clean. Businesses must ensure that contract terms are provided in a clear and accessible manner. This is good for trust. It protects consumers, it protects SMEs, it protects suppliers, it reduces disputes, it encourages proper documentation. In practical terms, it means that when business is done electronically, the terms must not be hidden, vague, or inaccessible. This is a sensible requirement. Modernization should not mean confusion, it should mean clarity. Madam Speaker, I also welcome the provision recognizing foreign certificates and electronic signatures. Mauritius is a trading economy. Our businesses do not transact only with our borders. They deal with buyers, suppliers, banks, shipping lines, and investors from different jurisdictions. If we want Mauritius to remain credible as an international business and trading platform, our legal framework must be able to accommodate cross-border electronic transaction. This bill takes us in that direction. Let me reiterate that electronic transaction amendment bill is not merely a technical piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, to conclude, I wish to congratulate my colleague, Honorable Minister of Information and Technology, for bringing forward this important and forward-looking piece of legislation, which is poised to bring about a major transformation in the digitalization landscape of our country. My ministry stands ready to work with his ministry and with all relevant institutions to ensure that manufacturers, SMEs, exporters, and cooperatives understand and make proper use of this new framework once enacted. Sensitization will be important. Implementation will be important. The private sector must know how to use these new tools safely and efficiently. With this word, Madam Speaker, I fully support this bill and I wish well to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. That was perfect timing. Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, during the break, I was joking with my colleague, Honorable Arvin Boulel, and I was telling him that the Honorable Minister of Technology has explained this highly technical bill so clearly that any lawyer will only stand up and say, I fully concur with my learned friend, and sit down. But listening to the honorable member, what was the coffee? FPM, from FPM, complètement clouté de la plaque. He did not understand a single word because he did not even listen to what the minister said. He was more enthusiastic reading what was prepared for him to read. Because how then can you explain that he went on and on and on about Singapore when the Honorable Minister never even mentioned once Singapore? Because our law today is not inspired by Singapore. No, Madam Speaker. If he had listened carefully, he would have heard the Honorable Minister talk about UNCITRAL, United Nations Commission on International Trade Law, which is the United Nations arm responsible for progressive harmonization and modernization of the law of international trade. He would have heard the Honorable Minister make reference to the model law devised by this UNCITRAL, the model law on electronic commerce, 1996, the model law on electronic signature, 2001, the United Nations Convention on the Use of Electronic Communication in International Contract, 2005. These are the articles that inspired today's bill, not Singapore. And he had listened carefully. What the Honorable Minister had been talking about is e-signature, electronic signature. And he doesn't even make a difference. He doesn't even know the difference between an electronic signature and a digital signature. What is an electronic signature? Let me explain it very basically, Madam Speaker, for honorable members of the House to understand what is electronic signature. The electronic signature is an electronic version of your handwritten signature. For example, sometimes you would go and, in a restaurant, they will ask you to sign a tablet. They give you a tablet, and then you sign electronically. You use your own signature.
Even in the bank?
Sometimes you would have a copy, a PDF copy of your signature. You will affix it to a contract. And sometimes you would go on the internet. They will tell you, click. If you accept the term, tick or click acceptance. This is electronic signature. And the law provides for more secure electronic signature. It is found in Section 16 of the Electronic Transaction Act, where it is unique to the person using it, capable of identifying such person and created in a manner using the means under the sole control of the person using it. This is electronic signature. This is what we're dealing with today. Then there is what the honorable member went on and on about, which is digital signature. Digital signature is a specific, highly secure type of electronic signature, which uses cryptographic technology. And when he was talking about KPI, I'm sure a lot of people thought he was talking about performance, indicators. No, KPI is public key infrastructure. In order to secure this digital signature, you have a public key, which is with the authority that issues this, that certifies this digital certificate, the digital signature, and then you have a private key, which is personal to the user. And digital signature has been used since 2000, since the bill was passed. The law today is amending Section 8, which deals with electronic signature. The provisions relating to digital signature in Part 6 is not being amended. We're not talking about, the authority who is going to be licensed to issue certificate. In fact, we don't even need to have a licensing authority in Mauritius. Anyone can go on the internet today, can buy a digital signature. Better still, they can go and download one, using Microsoft and have their own signature. The Honorable Minister for Financial Services did not intervene. But maybe if she had intervened, she would no doubt have mentioned that since 2023, October 2023, the Financial Services Commission has issued guidelines for digital signatures. So today, if you want to apply for a license to the Financial Services Commission, you can do it online using the platform of the FSC, but you cannot use any type of e-signature. You have to use a digital signature. And when they talk about digital signature, you know what FSC requires? The criteria? One of the criteria is that the digitally signed document shall be in PDF format, and the digital certificate that he was talking about, digital certificate that, ICTA is not able to do it, or, MOPAS is not able to do it. Digital certificate used to sign the document shall have been issued by a certificate authority listed on the Adobe approved trust list. If you want to use digital signature, you just go on Adobe, which is a PDF format, see what are the trusted certificate agencies who can deliver you a digital signature. So there's no need to implement in order to implement the bill, there's no need to create a new organization who's going to issue those certificates in Mauritius. It already exists. So this is why, Madam Speaker, when I was listening to him, he clearly, wrong side of the fence, wrong side of the bill. Now, the bill is very important because the bill uses UNCITRAL model law. Why is this important? Precisely because of the issue raised by the honorable member of the opposition when he says, how are we going to prove things in court? What is the evidential value? How are we going to litigate it? If he had taken the time to go on UNCITRAL website, download those model laws, download the convention, he would have seen that with the model law, there is an explanatory note, les travaux préparatoires, which goes clause by clause, article by article, which explain what each article means, how it can be proven, why you use that language and not the other language. And if you go to court tomorrow, this is the same travaux préparatoires that is going to be used by lawyers to try to understand what was the intent of Parliament in drafting this. So that is why we're not copying Singapore. We're taking the model law and we're going by the explanatory notes in the UNCITRAL law. The electronic transaction, Madam Speaker, is already here. Anyone who goes today to book a plane or to book a hotel, they go on the website. Now, what do? How do they form the contract? They sign everything and then they tick. Lastly, they tick the box or they click the acceptance button. Now, the question is, if there is a dispute, how would we know that the person who clicked that button is really the contracting person? How will we know that there has not been someone else who have impersonated him? We're talking about OTP. The other day, a lady came to see me, Madam Speaker. She was telling me how she was victim of identity theft, how a hacker got into her phone. And each time, the bank keeps sending OTP, it went to that hacker. And by the time the bank realizes that he was dealing with a fraudster, the lady had lost close to 1 million rupees. So how do we, and the honorable member of the government, my colleague, he also told me how he was victim of the hackers. This is why today in section 8, for the first time, we're introducing the concept of reliable method. So electronic signature is not enough. You need to have a reliable method to identify the person who electronically signed it and his intention behind signing it, so that it can prevent any dispute in the future. Now, Madam Speaker, do you think that there's an urgency for us to make sure that we are able to fight against fraud? Or do you think we have to do what the honourable member of the opposition suggests and come with implement the whole master plan, wait for a couple of years with the infrastructure, with the architecture, with the digital signature, and then pass the law? We are passing law because electronic transaction is a reality. E-commerce is a reality. How many people now are tempted to import goods directly? I won't cite the name of the platform, but we all do it. But
no names, I said.
No names. But what I'm telling is, it's a reality. We are already into e-signature. What this law provides is certainty, legal certainty, so that tomorrow, if there is a dispute in court, the court will stand guided by the law, institutional, and the explanatory memorandum. Not only does the big chunk is the e-signature. The other thing that this law does is to deal with the situation where you're dealing with an automatic messaging system. See, the question has been raised. If you have two human beings negotiating a contract, it is very easy for you to understand the terms to discuss. What happens if you go on the website and you sign, using the example of you're booking a hotel, you click acceptance. On the other side, there's no human being. It's a machine. Automatically, the machine is concluding your contract. It tells you confirmation, booking confirmed, no refund most of the time. But is this valid? Is a transaction between a human being and a robot and a computer valid? That was missing in our law. What Section 14 introduces is a whole series of provisions which clarify that a contract will not be nullified just because it is done between a human being and an automatic system. And then when you have automatic system, the problem, it happened to us. What happens when you make an error? What happens when you have a mistake? Today, if there are two people dealing with each other, you have ordered goods, and then you realize, oh my God, I forgot to, on the description, or I have booked a hotel, oh, I forgot, I get the date wrong, the month wrong. You can automatically call the travel agency and tell them you rectify the hotel booking or call directly the hotel. But you can't do that with a computer. Once you go on a website and you're booking your hotel, if you make a mistake and the platform does not have any procedure for you to correct the mistake, that's it, you're done. You lost your money. If you pass an order for the wrong goods, they'll ship it and you have to accept it. Now, what is being proposed in this legislation is a section of the law which would allow people to correct an error where the platform does not give you the opportunity to correct that mistake. And this is very important because a lot of the people who use the platform today, they're not computer savvy, they're not computer literate, they're not very good at typing. A lot of them have certain ways, and they make mistakes. So this law is going to protect those people who make errors inadvertently. And then after the errors, the first was the electronic signature, second was dealing with the machine. The third important reform is what my honorable colleague, Honorable Amiamia, went at length, which is the validity of the electronic records, which is going to facilitate trade. Today, if someone is importing goods, to be able to remove the goods from the ship, unload it, go through custom, he needs to have the original of the bill of lading. So someone from the country where the goods have been loaded needs to courier the bill of lading in original form to the importer, and then the importer take that bill of lading. Now, if it is credited, if he has received funding from the bank, he then needs to physically write, endorse it, assign it to the bank. This takes time. The third reform that is proposed in this bill is to recognize and give effect to the electronic records. And that will be a game changer, because once Mauritius adopt and recognize these electronic transactions, the validity, the authenticity of these transactions, we will be able to re-export, to be a real transshipment center for Africa, for the region. And we couldn't do that because for the time being, we're still using the archaic method of physically requiring documents, shipping documents, bill of lading in order to clear goods. So, Madam Speaker, for me, this is a landmark bill today. It's not a technical bill. It is a bill to facilitate trade. It is a bill to protect Mauritians who already make use of electronic signatures, not digital signatures, already make use of electronic signatures to protect them. And I congratulate my honorable friend for coming up with this bill, and I gladly support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, now you're summing up.
Yeah,
Maybe your replies, I don't know.
sure. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank all my honorable colleagues, ministers, who have supported this bill, and also Honorable Babulal for the comments made with regards to certain provisions. It is undeniable, Madam Speaker, that we cannot accept the status quo. We have to break that cycle and we have to move forward. And moving forward also entails making decisions that would actually give hope to people. At the same time, there could be critics, and we accept the critics. We are in a democracy. But the first thing that I would ask my colleague, Honorable Babulal, to do is probably to review the IT advisor that has probably been advising on this matter. Because he's talking about digital signatures, and as explained by Honorable Utim, it is about electronic signatures, not about digital signatures here. Digital signatures rely on the public key infrastructure, which is now an old technology. And now, with electronic signatures, there are different types of technologies that have come up, one of which is blockchain. Having said this, one of the key features of this legislation is that this bill is technology agnostic. And this is why we are taking independence from any situation of vendor lock-in, as we call it. We do not want to be locked in by any vendor. We want to be technology agnostic so that we can do what is best for this nation with the funds contributed into the consolidated funds by that very nation. So this is what drives.
Technology agnostic.
Yes.
I like that.
All right. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So now I have a question for Honorable Member there. When he is taking bookings for his operations from the tourists who are abroad, when he's accepting it, what is the protection that he has today? Should those tourists who are booking his facilities dysfunction? There is no recognized contract. There is no recognized contract. Now, when you see an offer on a portal, that means it's an invitation to treat. And when the customer accepts it, then there's an agreement that is formed. When consideration moves, then there is a contract that is formed. In the absence of those contracts, you are left with no help. You should actually say thank you to me, to this government, to having brought this legislation, which we're using to even protect you. With that, we are protecting you. for your operations that you conduct. Yes, absolutely. Therefore, this is one of the key features. We are bringing protection, the legal basis for further protection, and my colleague, Honorable Sequen, will certainly build up on that for consumer protection online. We have set the foundation, Madam Speaker, for that to take place. And I'm also very glad that Honorable Babulal read the blueprint with a lot of attention. Wow. And I'm sure his ICT advisor did as well. In an ideal world, Madam Speaker, we read the blueprint, we sleep, the next morning when we wake up, it's all done. All the infrastructures are there, all the digital certificates or electronic signatures are there, and everything is there. This is called utopia. But here we are in the real world. And in the real world, we do not go with a big bang approach. We go with a progressive approach. We build little by little and little by little. This is how you became lawyer as well. You had to do your first degree, your bar. You build little by little. It's all the same because we are in a real and practical world. It doesn't work otherwise. Now, when we talk about IT, as we said, we break the status quo. Look at the previous IT minister. He lived in the status quo. He didn't break it. But we have the courage. We have the courage to break the status quo, and we are breaking it. And you've seen the support that we're getting from the honorable ministers in this house. The enablers and the pillars that you spoke about, yes, they are intertwined. They are in some cases interdependent. But with regards to this legislation, there is no dependency. So this legislation comes as an additional brick on which we can build further. There are other elements that depend on this. This is why, in a chronological order, we have to build this new Mauritius that we are talking about. And that aligns as well with the statements made by Honorable Utim. With regard to timing of messages, we have actually built up within this legislation the time stamp of messages when they leave and messages when they come into systems. Of course, there are difference of microseconds because these are transiting through fiber optics cable and they can be submarine cables as well. From Singapore, from the UK to Mauritius, they come within seconds. But from a legal standpoint, it is critical for us to establish what is the time at which this message left, what is the time at which this message came. In the absence of this, we rely on the very archaic postal rule. And this is an extension to actually actualize it within the electronic world because the postal rule works best in the physical world. With regards to jurisdiction, you are a learned lawyer. You would know that one of the doctrines of contract of law is the freedom of contracting. They have the liberty to establish which country will have jurisdiction on the contract. Therefore, we leave it open to the parties for them to contract. And this is exercising the freedom of contracting. Now, we also recognize geographical neutrality. And as you said it, by way of your own admission, we are living in a world where we are using cloud technologies. Now, if somebody signs the document in the UK, his place of business is Mauritius. Do we take the place of business as the UK or Mauritius for the purpose of the law? It has to be Mauritius. So this brings as well geographical neutrality by way of the amendments that we are bringing. And I would really love it for you, Honorable Member, if you could visit our data center.
Minister, you should address me, not...
Okay, sorry. So I address you, Madam Speaker. So I would really love it, Madam Speaker, if someday we could together visit the data center of the government, which is housed within the premises of Mauritius Telecom at Rosebel. It is state-of-the-art infrastructure. Now, that is infrastructure, but infrastructure is seamless. That is behind us. He sees only the front. He doesn't see the back because infrastructure is seamless. We do not want to show all the servers that are there. We want to show the services. This is why we had to enact this law so that those services could sit on this legislation and the electronic signatures could be recognized. And to my surprise, there was no comment there with regards to the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, because this legislation opens the way forward, not just for transfer of people, of capital, of services, but also for transfer of data. This is where the transferable electronic records are actually very important because we can now trade with Kenya through electronic means. The contracts are formed electronically and data and transactions and payments would flow. But this is a critical part. Why do I say that also? Because we want AI to play a critical role within our jurisdiction. But without recognizing a contract being formed, how will that transaction initiated by AI algorithms gain legal basis in our courts of law? It wouldn't if we do not have recognizable, transferable electronic records. And this is what this legislation is bringing. With regards to the presence, the physical presence of people at the post offices, earlier we had this biometric means of doing remote registration on MoPass. But because of what the previous government did with regards to the trust system on cybersecurity, we decided that we had to stop that biometric recognition because we were not sure how that was being used. Do we now expose our nation's personal data because the previous government was doing it? Makes no sense. We've come with a promise to make a difference, to bring the change. And by way of this legislation, we are also bringing that change. And you mentioned public key infrastructure. As we said, yes, that is one technology that is used and it is old. And now we are moving forward with secure electronic digital signatures. And we believe that this legislation is setting the base for us to have a more modern Mauritius. And on this note, I believe we have addressed most of the points, but I've got 2 points for Honorable Henriette Manan. With regards to Rodrigues, we are very pleased that you mentioned those points. Now, obviously, the changes that we are bringing here applies to the Republic, to Mauritius, to Rodrigues, to Agalega, to all the outer islands. And we have a special place for Rodrigues in our hearts. And this is why we, my team and myself, upon the approval of the Prime Minister, we're traveling to Rodrigues next week to talk about cybersecurity, artificial intelligence to our people from Rodrigues. And we're also going to create ambassadors for Correct so that those ambassadors can then take that message forward to them. And on this note, Madam Speaker, I'd like to once again, first of all, I'd like to just also tell the House that we are bringing changes to the Cyber Security and Cybercrime Act, which will actually establish the institution that we mentioned in the blueprint. The name given to that institution in the blueprint is the National Cybersecurity Resilience, National Cybersecurity and Resilience Agency. So that is a name that has been given. Obviously, that will be finalized when we have the right types of discussions around this. But I want the House to rest assured that every word that appears in that blueprint is implementable and it will be implemented. And this is one of the first few steps that we have established. And on this note, Madam Speaker, I would like to once again thank all the honorable members for the support, for the input. I'd like to thank my team as well for all the work that we have done. And I'd like to thank also my honorable member Babulal for the critics because that is constructive. And with this note, I'd like to commend the bill to the House.
I need it to be seconded, yes. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for seconding your bill. Now, the question is as follows. The question is that the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill, number 5 of 2026, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, Section 2 of Principal Act amended. Clause 4, Section 3 of Principal Act amended. Clause 5, Section 8 of Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 6, new Part 2A inserted in Principal Act. Clause 7, Section 14 of Principal Act amended.
Clause 8, new sections 14A, 14B, 14C, and 14D inserted in Principal Act. Clause 9, new section 15A inserted in Principal Act. Clause 10, section 16 of Principal Act amended. Clause 11, section 18 of Principal Act repealed and replaced. Clause 12, section 19 of Principal Act amended. Clause 13, commencement.
The question is that clauses 1 to 13 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that I do report to the House that the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill, number 5 of 2026, has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. C'était un peu vite. You may resume your seats. Thank you. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill, number 5 of 2026, has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public bills, third reading.
Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Electronic Transactions Act Amendment Bill number 5 of 2026 be read a third time and approved.
Yes, seconded by Minister of Agriculture. The question is that the Electronic Transactions Amendment Bill be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adjournment of the House to Tuesday, the 26th of May at 11:30 a.m.
Seconded. Yes. The House stands adjourned. Next week.